I hope na magamit nyo yung mga strategies na yan sa mga future rank games nyo or sa mga normal games nyo lang. Once again, this is the MPL Meta Dive.
Hi guys, I'm Shinbu, the one for a night.
At ako naman si Manjin.
At kami ang Manjinbu Tandem.
And this is second episode of MPL
Meta Dive. Kung saan ang pag-uusapan natin ay ang meta. Meta, tol.
So ano nga ba ang ibig sabihin niyan? Sa mas pinadaling salita, kada laro ay meron tayong mga sikat or mga umuusong strategies na madaling gawin para manalo.
No? So, the biggest indicator of the meta or alam mo yun, parang impacting ng meta would be of the patch
notes.
Presented to us in the patch notes. But presenting the patch notes to you, usually it is divided into 3 segments. No? You have a buff, meaning pinalakas. You have the nerf, meaning pinahina, and you also have some adjustments. No?
Ang magandang talakayan natin dito ay ano-ano nga ba yung mga usong metas per season. Simulan ko na.
Simulan mo na,
per
tol.
season ng MPL Season 1, favorite hero ng lahat, Fanny. Bakit? Kuya Shinbu, siya lang ang may pinaka-unique na kit sa lahat. Mabilis yung rotation, mabilis nakaka-response, and malakas din yung damage.
I would describe Season 1's meta, aside from the funny, as a meta or a season of kills.
A season of
Kung saan napaka-popular ang mga assassins at hindi ganun kasikat ang mga support. Actually,
Hindi talaga.
walang pumipili ng support para Manjin, di ba?
So ayun nga yung Season 1. Question, ano ba yung naging meta ng Season 2?
Of course, the Season 2 meta, paring Manjin, has been characterized of the buffs that was done on the front line and the direct nerfs doon sa mga assassins ng Season 1. Isa sa mga pinakamalaking indicator ng naging meta for Season 2 compared to Season 1 would be of Selena and Kimi.
Yes.
Because they can dish out good damage from a very safe distance.
So meron kang damage na Kimi na simula hanggang malayo pa lang. Tapos meron kang 3-second arrow stun.
Yes.
Na nagmula sa Selena, na ikaw na rin nagsabi, pwede ka magtimpla ng kape. Kada tatamaan ka ng pana ni Selena. And isa yun sa mga naging paraan ng team ng Signal Ultra para manalo ng championship. With that, Kuya Shinbu, after Season 2, nag-evolve na naman yung game. Pumasok yung Season 3.
Nung Season 3, nagkaroon tayo ng kakaibang approach na naman sa meta. Mas lalo ulit binawasan yung damage ng mga burst heroes natin. At din, mga team fights ay mas mahahaba.
Matatagal,
Oo, matatagal. Kasi talagang ang taas na naman ulit ng mga buffs and changes pagdating sa prolonged team fights in the form of fighter.
And mind you, dahil doon sa mga fighter setup at mas matatagal na laban ng mga teams, parang mas naging safer din yung laruan ng mga teams. Mas natuto na sila mag-objectives.
Yes.
And pinakita yon ng Archangel.
Yeah.
Look at this. Ang baba ng score nito, 10 minutes, pero ganyan lang, 12-2. Medyo stamp na kasi to. Pero ng mga bandang early, medyo safe ang laruan nila. You know what, Kuya Shinbu, since siningit mo na yung mga supports, papasok na tayo sa meta ng Season 4. Ano pa ba ang mga kit ng supports na nagpapaganda rin sa kanila? Yung kanilang mga battle spells. At isa sa mga battle spells na gamit nung Season 4 ay ang best battle spell. And look at this, the Arrival battle spell. After na pumasok yung battle spell na yan with, actually playoffs din ata, nagkaroon ng update yan Yan din yung naging game changer sa buong playoffs.
And again, I just also want to characterize that Season 4 revolves more on the macro.
Macro playstyle.
Meaning, kinokonsidera na yung iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa.
Season 5, I think, nagkaroon ng parang pinakasikat na meta and unti-unti na rin natututo yung mga players natin from ranked games and yung mga other teams na ito yung gagawin natin itong meta. Ang tinatawag nating funnel strategy. At natutunan ng mga players na paano kaya kung ibigay natin sa isang hero lang lahat ng jungle camps? Makakakuha kaya siya ng mataas na levels kaagad? Makakakuha kaya siya ng napakalakas na power spike kaagad? At dahil nangyaring natutunan nila yon at tinanong nila, yun yung naging strategy na.
Ngayon lang talagang Season 5 nagkaroon ng emphasis on getting that one hero to be really fed and become strong in leading your team to victory.
Ganon na nga guys, nag-e-evolve ang meta sa buong 5 seasons ng MPL.
Well, that has been the meta review for all our 5 seasons, ladies and gentlemen. And tama nga paring Manjin, things are just getting more and more exciting and legendary for the ongoing meta of MLBB. Once again, kami yung naging host for this segment. I am Shimbu, the one for an
At ako naman si Manjin, and magkita-kita tayo sa susunod na episode ng MPL's Metadive.
Hi guys, I'm Shimbu, with the one for an eye.
At ako naman si Manjin.
At kami ang Manjin-Bu Tandem.
And welcome muli sa MPL's Metadive, kung saan this episode, we're gonna teach you the basic fundamentals on how to win.
So, wag na natin patagalin to. Let's get into the very first consideration, which is the hero pool. Bagay na bagay actually, paring Manjin, na maging unang bahagi ito of our discussion kung paano manalo. Kasi ito yung pagpili mo eh.
Oo.
Diba? Ano ang pamato mo, diba?
Oo.
Sino ang gusto mong gamitin? And the thing about hero pool, no, just a quick discussion. Alam niyo na yan, napakaraming heroes for MLBB. But what hero, which hero, or heroes fits your playstyle? Ano ba gusto mo?
Like for example, Shinbu, ako favorite ko yung mga heroes na laging nasa likod at laging safe. Medyo bida-bida kasi ako minsan. Kaya gusto ko yung mga marksman. Tawag ko marksman Jin sa sarili ko. So favorite ko ang carry, favorite ko ang Kimi. By the way, just to remind everyone, kada hero ay merong level ng difficulty.
Yes.
So kapag start mo pa lang ng Mobile Legends, ay meron ka mga beginner heroes na beginner friendly gamitin. Kumbaga, madali lang pindutin. We have Mia, we have Layla, di ba, sa mga umpisa, Saver.
Oh, so fundamentally, ladies and gentlemen, again, ang pagpili ng hero is your very first step talaga
There you go.
into getting that win for MLBB. Kasi yun yung una mong pamato eh.
Yun na nga.
And it is very broad. Napakaraming discussion with regards to heroes in terms of class, in terms of difficulty of use. Pero the bottom line is you have to choose.
Siyempre, after mong mamili ng heroes, pasok na tayo sa susunod nating discussion.
Setting up the emblems.
Setting up the emblems. Kapag naglalaro ka, syempre, meron tayong mga tinatawag na talents and emblems na pwedeng magpalakas sa sarili mo at pwede ring makatulong sa game mo.
Yeah, pero hindi lang basta dagdag stats or numbers ang binibigay din ng mga emblems, mga kaibigan. There are also some aspects of your hero and with regards to gameplay na naapektuhan din nila.
Papasok tayo dyan, Kuya Shinbu, dahil gusto ko lang din i-remind ang everyone na per emblem, meron ding mga designated roles kasi ang mga
Oo,
heroes
totoo
natin
yan.
na pwedeng makatulong sa'yo sa pag-set up ng emblem.
Now, for the progression of your MLBB account, kailangan mong ipag-ipunan ang pagbuo ng mga emblems mo. Again, you need a magic dust and gold and even emblem fragments to get access through this. So, hindi lang basta hero din ang gusto mong pag-ipunan using your battle points, but also your emblem.
Papasok tuloy tayo ngayon sa patch notes na
notes,
naman.
yan.
Which is napag-usapan natin last episode, yung tinatawag nating meta. Siyempre, alam mo na yung hero mo, alam mo na rin yung emblem mo, pero baka mamaya may binago pala.
Yun, nagbabago yan. Pwedeng magbago yan.
Kailangan mong i-take note, sino-sino ba yung mga heroes na binuff,
Yes.
na pinalakas? Sino-sino ba yung mga heroes na ni-nerf, pinahina, at meron bang mga binago? And all of that, you will take in consideration. So ayun nga, Kuya Shinbu, nakuha mo na yung hero mo, emblems mo, and nakapag-prepare ka na. Ngayon, ano ang gagawin mo entering the game? Yan ang question. Ang sa pinakauna dyan, checklist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Target mo siya.
Oo.
No? Of activities inside the game.
Oo. Ay depende din kung sa composition nyo at depende rin
Sa
again
hero. Sa
sa
hero
hero
na
mo. So, at ang pinaka-favorite kong checklist sa lahat, Kuya Shinbu, lagi ko to kinikip in mind. Baka makatulong din sa inyo. Kailangan meron ka nung sure win mindset.
Yan, dapat
Yan.
sure win lagi.
Dapat sure win lagi.
Oo.
Oo.
Pero again guys, this is just a sample checklist for you. What we want to emphasize is you can create your own checklist. A
Oo.
very clear example of the checklist is also of that thing with the Claude dati. Yung timers ni Claude,
Oo.
'di ba? Na by this like around 4 minute, 'di
Makuha
ba?
mo na yung item mo.
4-minute mark or 4 minute and 30 seconds mark, dapat 2 core items ka na kay Claude. Okay.
Dapat preparado ka din pagdating sa drafting
Eto na.
phase.
Pero syempre, what we want to present to you here is, of course, utility or technique that is counter-picking. No?
Yes.
One of the techniques na pwede mong gamitin talaga during drafting, ang pagka-counter-pick. This is the act of choosing a hero with regards to whatever hero was chosen din ng iyong kalaban.
Yep.
No? Accordingly with your team composition and again, against the enemy composition, then you have mastered counter-picking and get a nice tactic that leads you into winning your MLBB match.
Para maging sure win ka,
Sure win no?
at para makuha mo yung mga objectives, meron lang tayong i-remind para sa ating mga audience. Huwag maging toxic.
Yeah.
Kailangan pa ba natin i-explain? Question mo?
Mga kaibigan, it's about the
Basic lang
mindset,
naman,
no? Kasi, gaya nga ng sinabi ko, no? One of the key factors nga, na binanggit natin kanina, is to make the right decision. Siyempre, kung hindi ka toxic and you have a clearer mind, then you make the right decision. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
At doon mo makikita kung ano ba sana yung mga dapat ginawa mo pa, o yung
Totoo.
ginawa mo rin mismo. And
Oo.
in that way, you learn.
Oo.
And again, every time you learn, doon ka talaga pinaka-nananalo.
Minsan,
Kasi mas well-equipped ka pa eh.
Minsan pwedeng nananalo ka na ng nananalo kasi effective talaga yung naaral mo. Like for example, this one,
Gina G mag-adjust itong player na to eh. Hindi toxic.
hindi toxic, hindi
Sherwin.
talaga. Nakapag-review and nakapag-adjust. Yun ang kailangan mong gawin.
Kasi
Oo.
dito mo makikita yung resulta.
Oo.
At ano pa yung mga kailangan mong gawin.
Oo.
Diba? On your next game nga. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been our episode with regards to our topic of how to win. Again, remember all those stuff that we've mentioned and of course further it na mas marami pang bagay. Ang importante is aim for that share win.
Yeah.
Sure win attitude. Mga kaibigan, ako si Shinbu with the 1 for a 9.
At ako naman, si Manjin. At kami,
Kami ang Manjin Butante.
Magkita-kita tayo muli sa susunod na episode ng MPL's Metadata. The tournament intensifies as we are now ending this day for the first half of the regular season here at the MPL Season 6. We are your shoutcasters. I am your anchor. My name is Manjin Paldas and I am with my analysts, Butters. Dust and Dawn will be the opening match for today. But, Butters, before we head on to that, we would like to thank, of course, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Witness your favorite teams, battle it out, and apply the gameplays with your squad. A Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Just simply download the new Smart app and choose free games. Official sponsor, Realme. For all your smartphone gaming needs, Realme has got you covered with the Realme 6 series with an ultra smooth display, fast charging, and powerful processors. Official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Manjin, we do have our partner in esports as well. PayMaya, get 5% balikbayad when you purchase gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until September 15. We do have our partner in esports, TikTok, and search MLBB or Mobile Legends in TikTok to watch legendary videos. Again, TikTok, search MLBB or Mobile Legends to watch legendary videos. Our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro. And Manjin,
powered by Moonton. There you go. Another hype-up match. Another stack match for our opening. We're now having NXP once again versus Omega. This is the first and the last time that these guys will meet up. Again, every Sunday, you will go up against a team from the other bracket, right?
Yes. And right now, looking at this certain matchup, Dusk and Dawn, someone is someone is rising.
Someone is falling.
Someone is falling.
Someone is falling.
Now, it is their priority to prove the other wrong. Is NXP Solid really rising? Is Omega really falling?
There you go. That is an interesting point there, Butters. And I would like to emphasize that we are now halfway again because we have 8 weeks. And every Sunday, the teams will match up only once with people in the other bracket. So these are the times. Every Sunday is the time for you to really get that win. Because right now, we're going to our standings. And look at this. It's still Bren eSports leading by 17 points.
Now,
next to that will be Omega, which is going up against NXP right now. Omega is second in their bracket, and then NXP is fourth.
Yes, and if you would look at it, this is the perfect time for NXP Solid to get that 3 points against Omega, tie up probably with Execration.
Yeah.
And just get a bit of leverage going into week number 5 to get that third or second spot from Blacklist International.
Yeah, you really want to get a points right now.
Yeah.
Of course, the ones leading in Group A are your defending champions, Aura PH, and Blacklist International as well. Execration on third. Later on, we shall see, actually, Blu Fire versus BSB. Both of the teams who are in the bottom of their bracket. And finally, someone will get a point.
Yeah. BSB has a chance to actually tie that up with Signal Ultra if they get the 2-0. So that is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
But right now, there is actually a bit of a thing about Signal Ultra and BSB. They actually met each other already once. They will meet each other twice. And BSB won that with a 2-1. No, Signal Ultra won that with a 2-1.
Yeah, Signal Ultra, I think that was last week.
I think it's the second week.
Yeah, it's the second week. But unfortunately, for Signal Ultra, they also lost yesterday with, of course, the egg strategy. But right now, I think that we're not going to see it because, again, another interesting matchup. Both are still finding their groove as Nexplay actually lost both of their series last week. But Omega, sometimes they actually win, but sometimes, you know what, there's a little bit of jitters coming in for Omega. It's not that fixed. Speaking of Omega, let us meet them with this video.
Laging maasahan, lalo na sa pera.
Kahit matalo, kumbaga siya yung yung talagang kalmado lang na tsaka nagsasabi na bawi na lang next game.
May natututunan ako sa kanya, tsaka parang palitan lang rin kami.
Kasi baliw po siya, tsaka hyper po lagi.
Pumapasok yung life coach namin. Kinakausap po kami as a team. Tapos kakausapin po kami isa-isa na kung ano po yung nararamdaman mo, kung bakit ganun yung nangyari. Isa-isa pong nagsasabi ng sa loob. Nanalo kami agad kahit wala masyadong practice.
They are the Sleeping Giants. Kenji, Heat, Hajizi, Toshi, Hayes, and Kurt TZ winning, actually, yesterday. And man, these guys, I think we've said it all. These guys are still a consistent threat in the tournament. But right now, they're up against the most hypest squad in the tournament.
That is the thing about Omega. They are still one of the strongest teams. But some of the teams that they were actually at par with for Season 5, they just accelerated into something, a monster, if I may say so myself.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's look at the interesting things that Omega has.
Yeah, what is it?
Hayes and Kenji are actually old players of Doggy.
Wow.
They were part of either clan before.
Yeah. So you have this Aether discipline in your mind if you look at Kenji and Hayes, that aggressiveness. Of course, maybe that's the reason why Hayes loves these off-lane heroes that are so risky, like the Cho. He even plays the Angela on the side lane, and that's actually an Aether playstyle.
Yeah.
Because you would like to experiment on something, and then you will just see if it works. And fortunately for the side of Omega, everything works. And yesterday, they won and they got 2-0 against BSB.
But then again, remember, NXP, they defeated Omega in a crucial match outside of the MPL.
Off-season, an off-season.
The off-season.
Yeah.
So, there is a grudge match between these two. Omega beat them. NXP Solid return the favor, and right now it's time to settle the score. This is the MPL, and this is probably the most important game for these two teams.
I like what you said about settling the score because they're gonna only meet up once. Chester, MB, H2, Renjay, Yahweh, and Gymnast. Still, they are the team to watch. Come on, man. Like, let's face it. If you ask someone that doesn't really follow the ML scene, you know what team would they say? They will say, I would love to support NXP, right?
And a lot of fans going to the side of NXP. They are really one of the fan favorites, which made Execration and NXP Solid one of the best, all-time best viewership games in the MPL.
And with that, there's a curse of expectations.
Yes.
High expectations for NXP Solid. I think their morale right now is a little bit okay. Unlike last week. I hope that loss that they suffered really don't affect them, because last time that they are here, they actually lost 0-2 against the toughest team there is, Aura PH. And now against Omega, what is the main plan here for NXP?
I mean, for NXP, they should really just focus on the early game because historically, not really historically, but statistically speaking, NXP wins their games in a very fast pace. They win the early game, they end it by the mid game.
Oh.
While for Omega, they actually have this thing about taking it to the late game,
Yeah.
just being very disciplined, and their games take long for some reason. The games they win, it takes long, and NXP Solid can just go out with an explosive, showing in the early game, then they can just win the game from there.
Indeed, man. I think NXP, when they get that early game, they actually win. That's that's their best strength. But for the side of Omega, because of their experience, if we go to the late game, you will actually favor them down, because these guys are Omega. They know what can they do in the late game, especially if they have these heroes that are scaling, like for example Ling, Lancelot, and even Akalib.
Yeah. You know what? There's a lot of things going on for these two teams. You have Mr. Fundamentals versus Mr. Explosive.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, Yawi is one of those players that when you give him the certain play style that he can do, he can just blow up, will show you how to initiate, and that's what is good about Yawi. But for Mr. Fundamentals, it's all about consistency. It's
heat.
all about
It's heat.
the small things. It's
Yeah.
all about Heath and how he actually sees the map as a tank.
Yeah, I like your tank matchup there, Butters. Actually, in terms of hero pool as well, Omega has the higher one, because unique heroes pick will be 32 for Omega. Meanwhile, Nexplay only have 26 in their pockets. So, looking at the stats here, Butters, it's kind of like equal for both of the teams, but Omega played a lot.
You know what? It's all about the game 3 for Omega here. NXP Solid, when they win it fast. They win 2-0 and that's that.
Yeah.
And there are things about Omega here that they cannot close a game 2-0. It's either they lose game number 1 or they win game number 1.
And then they lose game 2.
Game 2, then
Yeah.
they head to game 3, then that's when the drafting capability just shows for the side of Omega.
Yeah, I actually see that. I think Omega has this tendency to play around with their draft at game number 2 rather than finishing it all the way. Like, I think if they win game 1, they will try to experiment on game number 2. Like, for example, what they did again. Actually, I think it's not an experiment, but they will try something else, and then eventually it will all went down there. So I hope the best for Omega to like cure that up, as we're now seeing the star match head to head. Look at the support rate right now. Of course, for NXP Solid, but still, I have a theory that because of last week, they're still in this traumatic state, especially with the social media banters that is happening.
Yes, and you know what, Manjin? I do agree. There is some mental fortitude that could be, dangling in the air for these two teams.
Yes.
Who knows? It might be weak. It might be fortified.
Yeah, because for the side of Omega, they're actually used to losing. Because they've been here up until, what, Season 3? Season 2? Right? So, by the way, before we talk about that, for the star head-to-head matchup, we actually saw the Bomb, Renny J, and Curtizi, but right now, Chester and the GZ. Interesting head-to-head matchups, because Chester is a support and the GZ is a carry.
You know what? I think it's all about how the people see them. And Chester here, as explosive, a really good player. Like, he knows how to control the map. But there's just this thing about NXP Solid that they cannot work without the other. It's all about teamwork for NXP Solid.
Yeah.
If someone just drops from NXP Solid, it's really hard for them to get back up.
Yeah.
But onto the side here for Omega, it's going to be non-stop teamwork here for them as well. But they do have Hayes, who can do big plays.
Yeah, because sometimes Omega can play individually.
Yeah.
Right? And the chemistry is so strong for the side of NXP
that we always see them in their blogs. Even taking showers together. That's how close these guys are. That's how I think the question here is that can they convert it into a game? Because again, with the last time that we saw them, Aura PH just pummeled them. And I don't know, man. The question here, how can both of these teams recover for those traumatic loss? Because Omega yesterday, they won. So it seems like they're kind of okay.
The only thing that they can do to come back from that traumatic loss is to just win the series.
That's it. That's the mindset.
Yes, there is no lining here. Even getting a good game 1 won't really save you from that traumatic loss. It will reinforce you. It will give you momentum to game number 2. But if you don't win the series, it's not really going to be favorable for you. And the thing about it is, Haji and H2O, you have to look at these two. H2O had a bit of a eye-opener last week.
After that loss from Aura too.
From Aura, he might have lost that confidence. But you know what? Against Haji is one of the OGs in terms of being a funnel carry, a hyper carry. So who knows? Maybe this is the fight that H2O needs to get back that confidence, to get back that how do you say this?
That loss.
Trust.
Yeah.
That loss
Yeah.
that happened to them. Who knows? It could be this certain match that NXP really needed to get back up.
Yeah, because I think Omega is more confident right now, especially after yesterday. They learned their lesson. They don't want to play around at game number 2 anymore. Hajizi is back on that killer instinct mode, especially if you give him farm. But H2O is actually the same. If you give him farm, if you play around with him, he will definitely carry the game. But man, with what happened last week against JP, JP showed that, hey, this is how you play a championship carry. Welcome to the MPL.
Yeah. And I do agree. That was an eye-opener for H2O, that he might be the top in terms of KDA in the MPL, but you know, stats don't really matter if you go up against a awakened carry or a great carry. And that is one of the walls that H2O needs to go through. Like, he's a very consistent player, but you know, just being that dependable for his team, that is going to be one of the hurdles that he needs to go through to evolve as a much better player than he used to be.
You know what? Speaking of awakening, it seems that NXP now realized that they don't want to start off with dancing. But now, looking at them now, they're actually focused in the draft. Even though they're relaxing, it seems like they really want to take this victory. Because Omega, we always seen them. We always see them every week like this. This face of Toshi with heat, that fierce mental attitude from Omega. I think right now, by just seeing their faces, Omega could probably take game 1.
I don't know, man. Like,
it's still early to say.
It's still early to say. I have to put it in.
Because we always see NXP happy in the camera. Like, we always see them pumped up. We always see them hype up, right?
Actually, the only time that I saw them happy was when they fought Aura.
That's the only time.
That's the only
they
time
were dancing.
They were dancing.
But they're coping. That's a coping mechanism after the loss.
I think that was really a coping mechanism after the loss. Because if you would see them, like, they're happy right now, they're smiling, they're really chill, and this is how we really see the players. Because you don't really move or do anything unnecessary.
Yeah.
When it's already start of the match. So, you know what? I have to say that this is probably the best condition that you need to see NXP solid in.
Yeah.
If you're an NXP fan, you should be celebrating right now because these boys are focused. They are ready to fight. Well, for the side of Omega, it's still the same. It's still the same people. It's still the same mannerism. It's still the same attitude.
The systematical way from Omega. I think they're now going for the ping check, and we're just gonna wait for it. Butters. But yeah, I like what you said. It seems like NXP right now is more focused. They now learned what happened after last week, that they did not wait for the Lord to come up. They just went in and tried to end the game. But now they're up against a team, Omega, who is actually a pioneer in those certain type of situations, in like disciplining themselves, in taking objectives, not go for too much aggressiveness. This is it. This is the father of discipline, Omega,
Yeah, I
in
mean,
the tournament.
it's I don't know. It's more of the idea on my side that NXP execution match isn't really just about you being good. It has all emotions carried out for that game. So you really just want to, toy with your allies, toy with your enemies, and just win against other people. But you know what?
Here we go.
For this game, it's all going to be purely mechanics, and they are just gonna say their prayers before they actually head into the game. And this is one good ritual that the players actually do.
Yeah, I actually forgot to mention that I talked to Chester last Monday, and he said that, man, we're still affected. Like, after 5 days, I'm still affected of what happened. Because, man, the online banters, the online comments and posts, especially of Zapnu, it affects their mindset, right?
Yeah, because the thing is, when you fight fire with fire, and your fire gets extinguished first, then you cannot really flex anything anymore.
Yeah.
Like, even if Zapnu did not have the best performance at that point on, the matter of the fact is he still won.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's not a bad thing that they get affected by it. It just means that they're hungry to prove themselves. And they have a lot of things going on their side. Like, they really just want to win this. Aside,
This is it.
I'm just gonna put it this way. They might be, you know what, a bit fierce in terms of their opinions about other teams, like their statements that we're gonna crush every team in the MPL. But still, deep inside, these are still players who just want to win the series in the MPL.
Yeah. And I like what they're doing. They're actually saying that to be confident enough to play. And I like it. Especially the training coming in from Doggy. But man, Omega is still one tough team to beat. I'm actually looking at what are the coaches' plan right now. Because Yolo and Dale, Mr. Worldwide for Omega, they've been in the MPL ever since the beginning. Ever since Season 2. If I'm not mistaken, Dale was the one who eliminated Yolo in the MPL. And after that, no more Yolo.
Yeah, season
That was
2.
finesse.
Season 2 was the last. Season 2 was the last YOLO season.
I think Yolo was still in Season 3, but he was the 6th man of Exe. He did not play. But again,
if my memory serves me right, yeah.
But again, it was finesse, Dale right now, who eliminated the entire stack. That's the all-star execution stack back then, right?
They could not do that. They could not do that if they didn't actually get through it. But they did. They did face first in the lower bracket, and that really gave them the win. And that was almost a Cinderella run that we were looking for in the MPL, but only to be stopped by the former Signal Ultra roster. But right now, it's no time for history because we are heading into the draft, Manji.
We're heading to the future.
We're heading to the future.
Here we go, Butters. Game number 1, Omega learned their lesson from that Digi pick last week, and they will immediately ban the egg.
They do not want to deal with that Digi, and this is a good way to put things up. NXP Solid will just ban out the Hilda. They don't want to give it to Heath because the amazing pressure that happened yesterday on the game, they saw that, and they're not gonna give that up. NXP Solid, on the other hand, they ban out the Kufra. That is actually surprising.
Wow. They actually respected Heat also. I think they're targeting Heat Zero Pool here because Heat, he can play the Hilda, he can play the Kufra, and sometimes even flexing the Cho. So right now, without the Kufra, what is the Heat? And like what you've said earlier, Yawi hero.
In terms of heroes, I think Heath has an upper hand in just picking, any hero that
Any
he
hero
wants.
that he wanted. Yeah,
Because this guy has been here since season 2.
I like it. Yeah, I like your point. Like Heat can now use anyone in that tank support role. I think sometimes he also uses the Khalid, if I'm not mistaken. But take note, Butters, there's an instance that NXP could actually pull off the Carmilla pick for Yawi.
Yeah, and they really have to look at the solo targets at that point if they really just want to make that work. But you know what? NXP Solid, they say they do not want to deal with that Dragon, Omega here. Who do they ban out? Do they ban out a Farsa? Do they ban out a Selena? Because Chester is still there on the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, if Omega can just ban out, let's say, a Uranus here, there's going to be a bit of a 50-50 for NXP Solid for a Selena or a Farsa.
A Selena pick.
So that means they have a good first pick for the side of NXP Solid, but they have 2 good picks onto the side of Omega. So
Yeah.
they ban out their Reynos. Let us see what they do. Are they gonna go for a Selena or a Farsa?
Selena is good here. The Selena is always a good opening because you will secure your vision and your pickup immediately. And plus, you have an option to invade the jungle.
Or they can go for a Tams.
Oh,
They
a
can
Tams.
they can go for
a
go for an
Renegade
offlane.
Tams.
Or a Khalid. Khalid. Khalid
Oh,
as well.
Yeah, because MB now plays the Khalid. He masters it now. So yeah, it's a Khalid. There you go.
It's going to be a Khalid.
So the Cho is also open for Omega 2. Is this a Cho? Cho Tams? Probably.
This could be a
Farsa
Selena,
Cho?
a Selena Cho, a Selena Thams, or
A Farsa Cho.
or a Farsa Cho.
Yeah.
Oh, who knows?
Who
It
knows?
could be a Farsa Selena.
Yeah.
They can just pull it off.
Yeah.
I mean, Omega, they picked a Nakai. We didn't even care.
Yeah. I also want to take note of the Yishun Shin ban here by Omega.
There.
That Yishun Shin is a huge respect because I think NXP Solid really plays that Yishun Shin way with the vision control. So without that, Omega now has the upper hand. You have the sights for the vision and the abyssal traps. Like what we said, Tams and Selena opening. Cho is now open for NXP. Will they get it?
I'm saying Cho, and a Popol and Koopa.
Ooh.
If they want to fight Vision for Vision. But I know that Popol and Koopa isn't really that good in the meta right now.
Yeah, me too.
But still, if they want to fight Vision for Vision, I think the Popol and Koopa would be the perfect pick here for the side of NXP. But if they have something in mind,
Yeah.
they can
Ooh.
just go for it. They go for an Allison.
An
They do
X
not
board.
go for the Farsa. Wow.
Wow. They left the Farsa open. This is the MB hero. And we still don't know if this Khalid is going to be a support or a side lane. Because MB is now flexible with 2 heroes. The X-Borg and the Khalid. But then again, I agree with you. Where is the Farsa? It seems like both of these teams doesn't mind the support.
It could be NXP Solid not thinking about it anymore just because there is a Selena on the other side. Like, if you think about it, might as well not
Pick it
you
first.
know, pick it first.
Yeah.
Might as well not pick it anymore just because there's a Selena there. But you know what? Not picking a Selena and not picking a Farsa just because there's a Selena, there's a lot of workarounds there for the side of Omega. But you know what? NXP Solid, this is their draft. I trust them that they know what they're doing. And in terms of strategy, I 100% know that YOLO is up to something right now.
Yeah, he is. Because I like the AoE damage coming from the 3 heroes of NXP. This is the NXP playstyle, the 5-on-5 head-on collision. I mean. So what's missing right now is the carry and the support for NXP. Meanwhile, Omega, 1 carry and 1 tank, probably. Because again, this Joe is a flex for Omega.
They just ban out the Popol and Koopa. They do not want to give any vision here for the side of NXP Solid.
Yeah, but the Farsa is open, so will NXP pick that?
It could be. It could be a possibility. It still could be a possibility.
Yeah.
But you know what? Omega here, they lack a tank. They lack AoE damage, to be honest.
Yeah, but Lancelot is open for both of the teams, but man, it's now banned.
They just ban it out. Like Omega here could just pick an Atlas then a Lancelot, then that will be disastrous for the side of NXP.
NXP.
Solid.
So what is the carry now for a GZ? Because Atlas is open also for Omega.
I'm saying a Claude wouldn't be so bad right now because there's no real catch.
Yeah.
To the side of NXP Solid, as long as he doesn't get hit by the ult of Khalid and the
Stun of Farsa.
stun of Farsa,
He's
or
fine.
the Alice.
Sorry, yeah.
The stun of Alice.
It looks like Alice.
Okay.
It looks like
I
Farsa.
told you, they actually wear the same thing, the
Yeah,
evening gown,
The evening gown.
the evening gown duo. But you know, Omega here, what can they go for? They could just go for a Claude right now, and it wouldn't really hurt them.
I see it. I see it. The Claude. But, okay.
They just get the Farsa, okay. This could be a 1-2-2.
Oh, huh?
Or they could put the tankiness all inside that Thams. That show could be the tank. That could be a side lane Selena.
This is an off-lane Selena.
That could be a side lane Selena.
Yeah, it is. It is a side lane Selena.
It could be. It could be.
Rather than a support.
It could be tank show.
Yeah, yeah, and support Farsa.
Support Farsa, side lane Selena, and the Thams. They don't give priority to the carry just because the carry right now is...
Can be anyone. It can be anyone.
It can be anyone. The carry pool is small. Will NXP go for a Claude?
But this is interesting, Butters, because two-mate setup, but you have a lot of burst damage from NXP.
This is okay.
So Omega right now, with the Parsa pick, it means that they need to be careful because they can get bursted easily. Look at the AOEs right now for NXP.
You know what? It's a good mindset that you think about that, Manjin. But still, that lineup for the side of NXP Solid in terms of disables, it's going to be very hard to execute. Hayabusa will here for the side of Omega. I think it's a perfect pick against Alice and the Claude. It could chase them down whenever they just go out of harm's way, and that could be the thing about life and death here. And I like the pattern that Omega did here. They got the Farsa first, and what they did was they gave NXP Solid the freedom to pick the Claude. They pick it in, they lock it in, and you know what? They got the Hayabusa. They got a clear answer for that Claude.
But I kind of don't like the Hayabusa here, man. I think it's much easier for Team NXP to execute their lineup because 4 heroes here can protect the Claude. And that's how you play the Claude. You just tank all of the damage and let the Claude hit from behind.
But then again, Manjin, how do you catch the Hayabusa for the side of Omega?
Oh yeah, that's right.
As long as Haji is really cautious here, not to get locked by any AOE disables for the side of NXP Solid. I think Hayabusa is going to be safe. It's a retribution carrier, but there is a bit of a spin it to win it lineup here for the side of Omega. I'm not saying that they will only rely on luck. It's going to take some skill as well.
Yeah.
The Selena is, if the Selena hits someone on the other side, and if
Easy kill.
If it hits Claude,
Easy kill.
that's going to be an easy kill. Without a Purify, that's going to be an easy kill. But Claude nowadays don't really get the Purify. Is H2O forced to get the Purify?
I think he needs to. He needs to. Because you also have a Cho. And you don't want to play a Claude with a Cho because the Cho can catch you 2 times.
Okay, so it's going to be a side lane Farsa.
Oh, the Selena is the support.
The Selena is the support.
So the Farsa will get easy experience.
Yes, it makes sense. It makes more sense for me, to be honest, because you know what? You just need the level 4. If you need that leverage, you go to the side lane.
Yeah. Good point there, Butters. As both of the tank supports will try to poke each other. But meanwhile, Omega will quickly go to the purple and give Hajizi the purple buff. So, standard start coming in from both of the teams. What do we get with this Farsa side lane, Butters? This is new to me.
It's good against X-Borg here because he can take out the X-Borg. He can take out the X-Borg armor. MB can't really reach him that fast. Renegade as well. The poking capability of a Farsa is just better. But there is a kill on the side of Omega.
Yeah, I like it, Butters. I get your point. The mobility from the Parsa can also dodge the side lane. Actually, he's not against an X-board.
He's up against a Gatot.
The Toshi is up against a Gatot, and right now, Omega, knowing that their win condition is aggression, they're doing it, going for the early steals and invade, and going for the early damage. GZ now with another free kill. 3 kills for the side of Omega already.
That is how annoying a Selena is. And
Yes.
it's not about Omega having the better draft at this point.
Yeah.
It's all about the Selena that can actually just hit people from afar and just stun them. Chester here got hit twice already.
Ooh.
So those 2 kills came from a Selena alone.
Yep. They need to respect it. Like what you've said, Butters, whenever the Selena hits you, 3-second arrow, how many pops does the Feather Airstrike have? 3 as well. So easy burst for the side of Omega. There you go. Inside level 4 on Toshi. Plus another Selena pick off. This 2-mage setup is working well for Omega in this early game.
So this is going to be really hard for H2O. He does not have the mana. He does not want to get out. He even places his BMI in front. He baited out Haji there for the shurikens, but still doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It retracts. He doesn't have mana. He just has energy and it will regenerate.
Yeah, because you want to get that that purple buff for you to spam the Art of Thievery every time. Because now, Claudes, right now in the carry department, what they do is they get the cooldown reduction shoes so that they can easily get the Art of Thievery stacks. Also with a lot of jungle farm, that's an easy movement speed boost for you. But without that, Omega delayed the Claude, delayed the experience, and right now they're in the lead.
And mind you, Manjin, H2O here, he just needs to stay focused, not really care about what's happening right now.
Yeah,
As
just
long
farm.
as they're not giving out the turrets, that's going to be fine. Remember, time is on their side. This is still a Claude. A
Yeah.
Claude with full items can just run around people. Chester here might actually go down once more.
Yeah.
But he actually survives.
But we actually said that Team Omega plays in the late game. And if NXP Solid fails their early game playstyle, they actually lose. And look at that!
Heat got it.
Mr. Fundamental Heat with the steal. Is that the concussive blast?
Yes, that was the concussive blast.
Oh my glove.
And-
You usually see that with allies, right?
And look at H2O. He is forced to get the demon boots.
Yeah, he's forced to get it.
He's forced against the
For the-
demon
for
boots
the mana
just
region.
for the mana region.
Yep.
And you would want to get the magic boots for the extra cooldown reduction.
Yeah, 'cause-
but
yeah.
right now he's forced to do that.
Because you can easily time your Art of Thievery again with the cooldown boots. You have like probably 0.5 seconds. I'm not kidding for that if you have the cooldown boots. But with the mana boots, you really need to get targets for you to stack it out. So with this, look at the gold lead. 1K gold lead coming in from Mega. Another kick from Heat. Stun coming in from Hayes. Plus Garote. But of course, Chester is just too tanky. But no, Toshi with the follow-up.
You wanna know how good Omega is with their communication?
How?
At the last moment of the kick of Heath, the
Yeah.
Wave of the Dragon,
Yeah.
there was an arrow going straight for Chester.
Wow. That is a no-look arrow pass.
And that is players knowing their
Oh my
layering. And
God.
look at Hayes here.
He
might
can
actually-
burst this.
Oh.
Oh.
Almost.
But Toshi is here! Oh! Flame shot. H2O dodging. Dodging that there.
Goodness gracious, this Omega lineup, they are really strong and they are pushing the buttons here onto the side of NXP Solid really hard, and it's pressuring NXP Solid in a way that they cannot answer with any objective, with any kill on their side.
But that is your answer. I think that is your answer there in the bottom side. The bomb, Renny J, able to pull off a clutch kill. But meanwhile, Chester is here tanking out 3 heroes going in for the Raging Sandstorm plus the Vengeance, but here comes the After Guardian follow-up from NXP. Flamethrower coming in from Yawi. Omega, low health right now, but Hajizi, come on, coming in with the Shurikens, was able to get that Khalid kill. Looking at the Gillette instant replay, what happened there, Butters?
That was a very nice play coming out from MB, realizing that he needed to help his allies. That could have been the kill on Toshi. Not really Toshi, but Heath. But remember, at that moment on, Yawi didn't have his Piraga armor, so there was no last insanity.
Oh, yeah.
If it stacked, that could have been 2 kills on their side.
Yep. So, still, given the situation, Omega is still leading because they, again, no kills for NXP on that team fight. So, man, Omega right now, because of the win yesterday, they're now unfazed and Heat just going in, confident enough with the kick. Doesn't matter even if Renegade has the ultimate. It's okay. Flowing blood in, trying to go for the counter go, but Omega still owning at 7 minutes in, 10-1.
Chester, really having a hard time, and this is one of the playstyles that you do not want to see from the side of NXP Solid. Omega right now is just dissecting whatever it is NXP Solid is planning. They're not really executing well for the side of NXP Solid, and it's not because that they're not capable.
Yeah.
It's because Omega is not letting them.
Yeah. Plus, I think they got surprised with the Farsa pick. I think NXP was preparing for their own Farsa pick. But with the with the intelligence of Dale doing mind games to NXP.
It's denial. It's a denial.
Denying the Farsa.
It's a block by Dale.
It's a block by Dale. There you go.
Block by Dale.
Denying that Farsa pick. Surprise, says Mr. Worldwide. And there you go. Another kick from Mr. Fundamental. H2O using the Purify. Avatar Guardian, but it got cancelled. Where are you going, Yawi? Going nowhere. Killing spree coming in. Omega. 8 minutes in now with 3 core items. Almost 3 core items. Hoping to end this game.
And Hayabusa almost has the Heptasis. Next item is going to be an endless battle, and this is going to be a problem onto the side of NXP Solid.
I think this is it.
Just because the Demon Hunter Sword isn't still up for that lot.
Yeah. And without the Demon Hunter Sword, your ultimate doesn't have damage. Like, seriously, you can tank it up.
Queen Swings, first item for Khalid.
But I think the Demon Hunter Sword is not enough. You need another like core item, probably end this battle or the Golden Staff. Because the only damage output for NXP Solid is on the side of H2O. And I think he needs to wait like probably 5 minutes more to get another item or 6 minutes.
Yeah. You know what? It's all about the item potential here, item progression here for the side of NXP Solid. I really like that point, Manjin, that you are pointing out the things or the progression here onto the side of Omega. It's a faster progression, and just because they have this big lead against NXP Solid, they can go straight for those big items.
Yeah.
But for NXP Solid right now, they're having trouble into just turning into big items because they have to adjust on the fly. Look at Chester.
Oh.
He is with a Queen's
Queen's
Wings.
Wings.
You don't really see that
An
as
early.
a first item this early.
An early Queen Swings. And probably H2O is forced to pick a defensive item too. Right? Because now all of these heroes for Team Omega, they now have damage. And Heat, look at that.
Blade armor.
Blade armor just to counter H2O.
And this is going to be a big problem onto the side of NXP Solid. Holy Crystal. Holy OMG.
Holy Crystal.
Holy Crystal for that Toshi Farsa.
Just in the nick of time for Omega to push it out because they also have the Lord. This level 1 Lord is probably it. Chester getting hit by the arrow. Another kick from the Mr. Fundamental hit. Monster kill. There you go, Hajizi. Butters, Omega right now. Dust and Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. With the win, with the victory that they have yesterday. Still continuing the streak. Curtizy and Hajizi, they went too deep. But man, it's okay. That's just a rehearsal. Omega right now getting the tower in the top lane, and I
Oh!
think it's over.
Oh!
Oh my glove.
Almost.
Toshi with the combos, bro.
And every turret that is up for NXP Solid is now down. Omega, what a performance coming out from them. MB is down. Yawi here trying to save the base.
There you go. There you go. I think enough has been said. Team Omega are still the ones. They are still the main threat. Omega getting 1-0 against NXP.
And this is Haji Unleashed. Haji Z, what a performance coming out from this guy. And I really like the draft. As you can see, smiling faces here. And you don't really see Hayes smile that much.
Yeah.
But still, they are focused. They're not celebrating because they know it's still too early to celebrate.
Man, the combo from Hayes, Haji, and Toshi is just too much for NXP. The kick from Hayes, man, from Heat beats freestyle Cho every time.
You know,
right?
There are things that happened in that game that actually put a lot of emphasis in, just seeing how Omega reacted to everything that NXP did. NXP, they really tried to get the early leverage in the early game. But you know what? It's still all about controlling your own jungle. With that Purify pick coming out from H2O, he did not have any priority onto the jungle buff.
Because you need to also save yourself.
Yeah.
Right? So he's forced with the Purify, no retribution. It means that for the side of Omega, hey, it's go time. We have an arrow, we have the Parsa, ultimate already. Man, Omega with a beautiful, outstanding game number 1.
That is my final thoughts on this. This is just Omega, really good.
Omega. Let's see what can Rockhart say about that.
For that game, NXP versus Omega. Now, it was a very, very one-sided game, and we will try to explain to you guys why. Let's go to the item builds here, and we will see that definitely ang laki ng agwat. 209, 2010, 404. 604, everyone on Omega definitely had a great day. I think the most notable part here is the draft talaga. I wish we could get into that soon because the items don't really say that much except for later siguro. I think yung pinaka titignan natin dito is the next part, which is the post-match. We'll jump straight into that, guys, because I think that's the most important part here. On the post-match data, if you close your eyes, diba, and you look at the picks here, these are heroes that actually can survive on their own. Lahat ng heroes ng NXP ito, aside from obviously H2O, is something that can survive on their own ng matagal on the lane na hindi namamatay. Kaya magtumakas, kaya nilang mag-regen, kaya nilang mag-wave clear, right? Pero ang naging plan doon is to, diba, hold on until H2O can get strong and can get farmed on the Claude, which did not happen for NXP. Na early game agad sila, and I think doon na pumapasok yung mga picks tulad nila Selena, tulad nila Farsa, and I think these are the star picks here for Omega naman. Hajizi was expected to stay like that. Same with these guys, and grabe din tong si Heat on the show. Tama nga yung sinabi nila Shinbo. I think Heat is one of the most underrated players in the league so far. Considering that Heat is definitely one of the pivoting points. Siya yung mga anchor na ginagamit ng Omega para magstay on the game, stay on the lead, at makuha ng picks. Especially, nakita natin yun sa game na ito. Now, the next thing that we're gonna look at here, syempre later on, will be the replays. And I hope we can show that here while I erase my drawings. Ayan, kitang-kita nyo naman. I think most of the time, gustong lumaban ng Omega because they know that they have the haze factor, di ba? They have the Selena factor. And I think big deal din yung kasama din si Toshi. That's the reason why they get a lot of stuns. Grabe yung crowd control na pinakita ng Omega dito sa totoo lang. And the follow-ups from Toshi, hindi ko lang kung nakita nyo yun, that was just on point. And even Yaoi was off role today on the X board. And I can really na-imagine kung bakit, right? They want to sustain, they want to go for that big team fight. And they also have a lot of crowd control, which is very notable for NXP. So yung win condition nila, talagang meron silang win condition. It's just it was beat to the punch, kumbaga, by Omega. So again, super underrated din. Ito din si Hayes on the control with the Selena. Pag nakuha ito ng Selena, you guys know what it is. And this is one of those games na sobrang bihira na malibre si Selena. I think natuwa yung Omega nung nakita nila yon, and they also capitalized with a follow-up on the Farsa as well. Very interesting. And I have to say, looking forward to the draft for the next one kasi will it happen again? Will we see these picks be given away again? Like our caster said, given these picks that are very, very top tier, they are being prioritized over the whole composition. So, tingnan natin kung makakadali ba ng isa pa ang NXP or will Omega closes up with a 2-0. Back to our casters. Ay, sorry, we have a giveaway code. May giveaway codes nga pala. Sorry, guys. Kalimutan ko yung codes. Excited na ako mag-game 2 eh. Bonus giveaway codes right there on your screens. And of course, don't forget yung mythical raffle draw natin. We have a bit.ly link that you can visit so you can get a chance to win awesome skins from Moontoon. Of course, if you join 5 of these codes, yung week 1, may W1, W2, W3, W4, lahat yan, meron din yung may chance ka na makuha ng super duper epic legendary mythical raffle draw sa dulo ng ating season, which is may special prize pa na hindi ina-announce. So, abangan nyo yan. So, make sure na register lang kayo register. And, I'm Rockhart. Back to our caster. Sorry, napanic kayo dyan.
Maraming salamat, Rockhart. Alright, we got game number 2. This is already match point para syempre sa Omega. Mga tol, kailangan makabawi dito syempre ng NXP, ladies and gentlemen. And I think one point of parang pagsisimula para gawin yun is doon sa draft.
Yeah.
Huwag masyado magbigay.
And this is really harsh. I think yung NXP yata ay nasa 5 games slump, right? Kasi ang huli nilang pagkapanalo was against Execution. Oh, hindi lang. 6, 7. Kasi, di ba, na sila 1-0 against Execution, tapos na 2-1 sila. So, that's 2. Then, against Aura.
Tapos ito yung ano,
Okay.
lima na. Lima na yun, tapos ito yung
That's right. 5 lang pala. Oh, man. 5 games slump. That's
talaga
harsh.
bumawi. There
That's
is heavy adjustment that is required here for NXP. Whereas Omega, I feel like of course, Omega did perform well on that part. Pero yung moment of greatness, I think it is given towards Heat. Para sa akin. Pero they totally capitalize on everything that was given to them. Hindi nga capitalize yung term eh. Feeling ko abuse.
Yeah.
I think they abuse.
I like it. Kasi may mga teams na kapag binigyan sila dito ng isang free pick or for example, yung favorite nilang hero or the most OP hero, okay lang eh. Parang sakto lang yung performance. But this time, kitang-kita natin kung bakit natin sinasabing nakakatakot ang bigyan ng Selena si Hayes or bigyan dito ng Cho si Heath.
May isa daw na detalye siguro maganda nating pag-usapan. Sideline Farsa kanina. Kumusta din? Pero parang okay din eh kasi ang logic lang.
That is actually the thing about the lineup there for the side of Omega. They had the best first blood capability in that certain setup. Why? Selena, I actually heard that. Selena, she can actually deal so much damage because he has 2 skills that can stack up. The Abyssal Trap and the Scratch.
The stun. And plus you have the Garrote. Yeah.
And he can actually put another one in front of the enemy. But there's this thing about the Concussive Blast and the Jeet Kune Do. If it hits you, it's going to take half of your HP. Plus, not considering the fact that they still have the Hayabusa on their side.
You know what? I like the combo of the Concussive Blast plus the Cho because it procs and it goes with the only fast.
Yep. You know what? You know what the thing about it is? I'm not really a fan of it in terms of not going for the poke. Because if you want to hug out people, you would go for other.
Yeah, you would definitely use it. You would use the Concussive Blast damage.
I guess you wouldn't really use it if you want to hug out people.
Yeah, if yeah.
But if you really just want to deal as much damage as possible, I think the concussive blast is the perfect way to go. Because if you think about it, there's the Jeet Kune Do damage, the Only-Fast damage, and the concussive blast damage. It just has a lot of potential to take you down to half HP.
So much physical damage from the Cho and Heat just showing us how it worked. With that, I think he accidentally stole the buff with it. Or does he know it? I think he knows it, that he's gonna take it.
I think
Because sometimes when we play, with us playing, you were the one, like, accidentally with the concussive blast, sometimes supports accidentally steal the purple, right? For sure, people can relate.
I guess
in the-
you can attribute it to
the
luck.
stream. Yeah.
You can attribute it to luck that he actually got it at that point. Because if I think if NXP waited a bit just for the concussive blast to actually pop out before taking it down to that HP, that critical levels for the concussive blast, they could have secured that perfectly.
Yeah.
But you know what? At times, you just get lucky. And for these kinds of tournaments, you need that kind of luck.
Yeah.
Sometimes luck isn't a bad thing for these kinds of tournaments. Being at the right place at the right time, sometimes it just happens.
Yeah, and Heat was there.
Heat was there.
Heat was there at the right place at the right time. Mr. Fundamental. This is what I like actually about Omega. They're actually calmer, I think, with rather than the Signal Ultra Squad. Like, these guys, they don't talk. They just play, right?
Yeah, but that is one of the things that actually bothered me way back season 5. Like, when they lost Crypt, as we all know, is probably one of the most talkative people
In the tournament.
In the tournament and in the MPL, and he could be the captain for this squad. He could be the voice that actually, says a lot.
Yeah.
But you know what? He was lost. He got lost by season 5. Season 5, he went to STI. I didn't really see where the leadership is coming, because everyone was just silent. Everyone was meek onto the side of Omega.
Yeah.
But for season 6, they probably found that right mixture of being, quiet and being talkative. At the
I
same
think
time.
they mastered the Anzalm way. The way that no one needs to talk, but we're playing with one mind. And we saw that earlier, I think, for game number 1. They were really moving as one. If someone goes for the stun, someone will definitely go for an immediate follow-up. And that's wonderful. That is actually beautiful Mobile Legends coming in from the side of Omega. And looking at the faces of the players right now, I think NXP right now, they're stunned of what happened to game 1.
I just want to, put it into consideration that NXP here, they're probably, thinking about what to do for the next game. And I just feel that for their coaches, they have they have 2 strategies or 3 strategies going into this. So they could feel stunned. They could feel, a bit shocked about what happened. But you know what? It takes a great team. It takes a team with the patience and, the trust within each other to just,
Yeah.
reset.
There's an interesting thing here because Zapno is their fiend just watching right now. And I'm so excited for the social media post, if ever. Like, every time NXP loses, every time they lose, or sometimes if they win, you will definitely see drama in social media. And shoutouts to the Execration clan, right? Shoutouts to Zapno, he's our friend. He's the main guy and he always targets NXP.
Because, you know what?
Playing mind games with NXP.
Playing mind games with NXP, they are friends, I'm pretty sure about it.
Actually, he's power tripping NXP, right?
Yeah, but you know what? It's all about NXP just throwing the first punch.
Yeah.
And a lot of these teams are waiting for the right time to, just get back at NXP. Now, can they talk the talk and walk the walk for the side of Omega? Who knows? Because Toshi has been vocal about this certain kind of situation where NXP Solid is actually just throwing out,
actually,
the confidence that they have.
Actually, our friend Rob Luna interviewed Toshi, and Toshi said that, hey, we will also destroy everyone. I would love... No, he did not said that he will destroy everyone. What he said was, I would love to destroy everyone. It means that he wants to do it.
He wants to do it.
Not that he will do it, right? There's a huge difference with that, right?
Yeah. I mean, that was a, you know what? That was a statement. That was, something that he wants. He just said that he wants
Yeah,
to do
he
that.
wants. But NXP said that they will.
They will.
Yes.
So that is a different, those are different things.
Yes.
And it just shows the confidence that NXP has and the trust that Omega has with their certain skills. But they will not dip down, they will not, actually just go up to the sky and just say that, we're gonna destroy everyone.
Yeah.
There's still a bit of a humility there. But you know what? NXP Solid's name is Team Payabang.
There you go.
In Tagalog,
Team boastful.
Team Boastful.
Team boastful.
So they will try to be boastful no matter what happens. Win or lose, NXP Solid is...
Or we could translate that to Team Cocky.
Yeah.
Team Cocky. There you go. Now, NXP Solid opening with the Hilda pick. This means that Omega knows this. They did this yesterday. NXP Solid could probably pull off the Ultra Tank Hilda that is gonna wait for the carry in the purple pit and try to be annoying and try to irritate Team Omega from getting the purple that they want.
You know what? This is only the second time that NXP Solid picked that Hilda. They don't give out that priority that much. And the last time that they picked Hilda, they actually lost.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what? The Roger and the Khaled is there for these two. Roger, they picked it once. And then didn't really work out for them. But, for the side of Omega, these are the picks that you would really just want to get.
These are safe picks actually for Omega. If I'm looking at it right now, Omega is weighing weighing the scale of what NXP Solid is trying to do. NXP Solid opening up with their carry, so as Omega picking the Vision Hero, picking the Yishun Shin.
You know what? I like the main idea here for NXP's for Omega that they did not pick the support that fast, because you know what, there is a bit of an emphasis into just controlling them down. Yawi here is 100. I think it's 80% is going to be the Hilda. If they don't, deem that to be as an offlane Hilda, which doesn't really happen that much. Who knows? Maybe there's something new for the side of an XP Solid. But they are looking at this in a way where Omega, they really just want to stop Yawi from just being aggressive and annoying their buff take.
Yeah. This is still probably a flex Hilda or a flex Khalid. Right? Like that's what you're trying to say, because I think Omega is ready in whatever hero Yawi takes. I like the Chang Oban here for the side of Omega. It seems like they're targeting now Chester from that support role, and what they want to do is just man up and fight head on physically.
X-Borg. Yeah. NXP Solid really likes the X-Borg right now. So might as well just ban it out. They know that there is this thing about the tank X-Borg that NXP Solid does.
That's their go-to hero.
That's their go-to hero. Yawi used it earlier. It probably gave them a bit of a problem, so they just take it out. Valir is there. So there is a capability for them to adjust on the fly, and that is going to be the Valir. That is going to be a unique problem for that Hilda.
And there's no more hero for Chester. What's the hero for Chester, Butters?
I mean, he can go for a Kagura if he wants to.
Oh, yeah.
He can go for a Kagura if he wants to, and that's going to be a big problem for Valir.
But you have... I don't know, man. I love the Yishun Shin Valir combo.
They could go for a dive composition. Give me a Rafaela right now. They could do that. They're going to go for
the dive. That's the dive,
That's
actually.
That's a dive.
Kagura and Hellcurt to counter the Valir pick. This is a strong draft, actually, for NXP Solid. AOE's early game damage plus map control. The Hellcurt, whenever the Mountain Shocker pops, Hellcurt can just go for the ultimate and boom. No more vision.
Yes. I agree. Omega here is put in a very tight spot. There is a good drafting pattern for the side of NXP Solid. Really solid draft, as their name says it all. Omega, what tank do they go for? Do they go for a Nakai? Do they go for a Hylos?
An Atlas?
And they go for a Ruby. Straight up!
They will want man up. They're gonna man up. They don't want the combo. They want the sustained team fight. They want the late game. But, looking at it, Butters, the Hellcurt is gonna be the main dilemma here, I think, for Omega. So the Hellcurt can target anyone for the side of Omega.
And the coaches there saying their last piece of advice.
You got this. You got
You got
this.
this.
Got this, bro.
Handing them the high fives, and this could be our possible last game if NXP Solid doesn't convert this into a win. In terms of drafting, I really like how NXP Solid did their draft. There's a mixture of sustain, aggressiveness, and just a bit of a late game security. They have the Roger and the Hellcurt.
Yeah. I love the draft as well for NXP Solid. It has early game up to late game. But meanwhile, for the side of Omega, it seems like they will try to just control the side lanes because of this draft. Oh man, we've talked about this earlier, that Omega, they tend to lose game number 2. And if they lose game 2, they lose the series. Is this another curse game for Omega, Butters?
It could be. Like, Omega doesn't really win their matches 2-0.
Yep. And with this lineup, I think both of us agree that we're leaning towards the draft of NXP, right?
You know, I'm actually liking the poke capability here on that Valier.
Oh,
It
yeah.
seems that at level 1, he's going to be the certain king of not being chased down.
Yeah. I like the value because you already have 2 stacks of the Bursting Fireball, plus with the combo of the Cho 3 dashes. So many poking capabilities for Omega, as they will secure 2 Little Wanderers. Wow!
And they get that. They do not want Yawi to regen in any way. Because they know they're having trouble. Haji, see here, he has a fast wave clear, so they don't really have to think about him going back to base. He still has the regeneration on his side, and he does have the Little Wanderer, so it's not going to be a problem. So is this going to be smooth sailing for Omega and even the Little Wanderers here? It is a top priority in terms of not letting that Hilda regen.
Yeah. This Omega squad, knowing that the Hilda capabilities, immediately negating it from doing Hilda things. And right now, this is interesting because we're seeing a passive Hilda from NXP Solid. Heat right now at level 3. He knows that he can deal damage as early as this one.
And there's a lot of pressure going onto the side of the Renegade side lane.
Yeah.
Because they know that Renegade here will have a bit of trouble whenever he gets ganked. He's just forced out to go out. And that's why Hellcurt right now isn't really that of a hot pick.
Yeah.
But you know what? For NXP Solid, they really trust Renegade's Hellcurt.
Yeah, because he's the bomb.
He's the bomb.
That's the only explanation. Meanwhile, Toshi, almost with a dodge onto that Raging Sandstorm. First blood coming into the side of NXP. Nice assist from the supports. Taking this lead into the top lane, what can they convert out of it?
Probably nothing right now, because it could be a turtle. Like, they can set up for the turtle right now. As you can see, people are actually piling up onto the top side of the map. But you know what, Manjin? I really like seeing Chester with these kinds of heroes.
Yeah, this is
mages?
this is his key play style. He doesn't like do the tank supports, but another kick coming in from Heat. Where is the follow-up? Bursting Fireball was actually late for the extra stun, and now NXP Solid, they want to somehow retaliate. Doing a lot of footwork here in the mid lane as Team Omega will just secure the vision first.
look at how the three people from Omega is just staying near that turtle. They know Haji is gonna take the purple buff. They know that there won't be enough time when NXP Solo just goes in because they
Yep.
have good damage as well.
Oh my.
Yawi here gets poked out at the same position.
Oh my god. Heat with the kicks. Ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, Curtizi with the flank, also with the side. Comes in with the Chasm Leap. MB coming in with the Desert Tornado, killing the carry. But again, this is the revenge kill from Curtizi. He will go for that double kill. And man, Heat with this Cho, bro.
Yeah, Cho bro.
Cho, bro.
Cho bro, and if you saw that H2O just went in and took the kill out of Haze, and this is how this is the H2O we know.
Yeah.
Like he knows the limits of his zero. Although Haji there really did a great job, but he got caught in the arms of Khaled.
Of the Desert Tornado, but he now has the Dauntless Fleet. Is he gonna use it now? Heat just trying to box out 3 heroes as Omega will get that freebie of a turtle. So, still, Omega neglecting NXP Solid's early game potential.
So Manjin, looking at it right now, you would see that there are a lot of dives happening on earlier for the side of NXP Solid, and they want to translate those dives into objectives because that's the power of a Roger. MB here forced out of his lane, and will this be a push? That is the question, because this is going to be a big blow on NXP Solid if they just get this turret right here. And that was nice coming out from MB. He stopped it a bit.
Yeah, he popped the passive. And with that passive, you can actually go for an AoE sand attack. So MB saving his tower, giving a little bit of control there, but still it will go down. Heat with another initiation. H2O says enough.
Enough is enough, and there is a Dark Knight Falls there. Renegade, they're really trying to go for this turret.
Oh my, oh my.
Want to equalize the pressure a bit?
Yeah, but the Ruby serves as an answer to this. To this Hellcurt,
That
man.
is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
This is the best adjustment coming in from Omega.
But you know what? There is this umbrella going back and
my.
forth. Renegade here. One more hit. Does he have the blink? That is the question.
My.
Even with the Petrify, he could not save himself.
It made a lot of sense. That Ruby pick. They know that Renegade will go in on the other side lane, and then they let it match up with the Ruby. With the capabilities of Toshi outplaying Renegade. There you go, another Raging Sandstorm coming in with the Mountain Shocker plus Heat just going in and out, forcing NXP Solid with the big skills, baiting them out, but Omega will just go for the turtle. And another kick from Heat. There we go.
I guess one of the commands here happening for the side of NXP Solid is do not give the mid lane turret. Whatever happens, do not give it out. Even MB using his ultimate to just get out of harm's way. They cannot afford to give this up, because if they give it up like they did right now, that's going to be a lot of jungle control, map control, or jungle choke going to the side of Omega. That the potential is already there.
So many opportunities for Omega now to control all of the sides because of the mid lane hole. And now H2O coming in for the backup. There you go, like what you've said, Butters. Omega now stealing the purple as Heat will go for the out, the slide out. But that is a bait. MB sacrificing himself. Omega with another pick off.
Once you go in, you never go out, and that is what happens with Khaled. Looking at the items right now, Necklace of the Runs is up for Haze. Onto the side of Kagura, he has a Clock of Destiny, and this is going to be a kill. I think
he can outplay.
Okay. So
almost with an outplay, Butters.
You know what? Brute Force breastplate went to the side of here of Cho. Of Heath. He knows that physical damage is the bane to his existence right now, so he just goes for it.
Yeah, he needs the armor, because Renegade is actually building the BOD with 4 daggers as an opening.
And That is a, I don't know. That is a 90 gold, a 90 gold advantage for the side of
Loss of
side
efficiency.
of Omega. It's not the most efficient way to do to build a Legion sword. You can just get a Legion sword, and it gives the
gives you
same
the same
amount
stat.
same amount of damage,
Yeah.
but it is less 90 gold in your item progression.
So-
Not efficient, but still,
Yeah.
it is what it is. He
So-
just went for that. He's probably more comfortable doing
Yeah,
that.
so Omega now leading. And of course, with less damage coming in from NXP Solid, Omega will initiate. MB comes in with the Desert Tornado. Traceless in from Ajizi. Quicksand Guard. MB just delaying his death. Omega now with 3 free kills. Plus, the third turtle will be in the hands of Hajizi. So now we can therefore say that Omega is leading this game.
Omega, they're not relenting on their harass. Their assault is there.
Oh,
Goodness
there
gracious,
you
they
go.
actually pull in.
Welcome to Hook City. It's not even a hook.
That is a how do you say
That is a death site, right?
Site City.
Yeah, welcome to Site
But
City.
a site actually hooks you as well.
Yeah, so yeah, yeah. there you go.
It's kind
It's
of
a big hook.
it's a big hook.
Yeah, welcome to Hook City, says Toshi. And yeah, with the fact that Omega just sustaining their lane, not letting anyone dying, and just protecting their towers. In the late game, though, they will scale better.
The capability here of the two teams in terms of, the tank capability. I guess Yawi didn't really have the best early game.
Yep.
So he has potential all throughout the game. He could even be a damage dealer if he wants to.
Yep.
You know? I mean, Yawi didn't get that certain advantage that the momentum.
The hill, the momentum.
He didn't get that.
Yeah, and he's the poorest one right
I mean,
now.
if he could have had the lead, he could have gone for a Heptasis.
Yes, but now because Heat also uses the Hilda strat, so he knows how to counter it. I think he immediately went to the purple side to protect it, right? Like what happened earlier. So now Omega, with the experience that they have, almost ending their curse. Because again, they always lose game 2. But right now, with this kind of lead, is this another 2-0 for the side of Omega? Because that will, with the 2-0 that they can take right now, that will oomph them up in the bracket. I think that will give them another 3 points.
Yeah, and it will be, you know what? Let's just put it this way. If they get the points right here, they will actually secure themselves. They will actually put themselves in a spot that Onic can't really get to as long as they don't win 2 games straight.
Yeah,
2 series straight.
Because I think Omega has 11 points. And if they win this, they
As
will
far
get
as I
14.
remember, actually, they have 10 points.
10 or 11.
10 points.
Yeah, only 10. Okay. So, Aura PH has 14 points on the other bracket.
Yeah.
So, if Omega wins this, they will get 13 and they will be next to Aura.
Yeah. And yeah, in terms of group, I remember Omega being at the group of
Yeah,
Bren.
Group B. Group B. And Bren is at 17, so no one can catch them now.
So no one can catch
Yeah.
them now at this point. At
Yeah.
this this certain moment.
I'm just saying that they're next to the defending champions.
Ah, yeah, that's true. So if you would look at Group B, Onic is at 9.
Oh.
Onic is at 9. Omega is at 10. So that means if Omega wins, they get 3 points. It puts them on the second spot. It doesn't really change. But you know what? That's the thing. If you have the second spot and it couldn't be reached by just winning 1 series, 2-0, you're fine. You can think about.
And they only need like 4
Extending the lead.
points to reach Bren.
Yeah.
And we're still halfway. So their standing point, they're A-okay. They're doing fine. So, but the problem here, what's gonna happen to NXP?
NXP Solid, they won't really lose points.
Yeah, but oh yeah, because
Blue Fire
needs to win.
Needs to win.
Blue Fire needs to win.
Blue Fire needs to win
Yeah.
2 zeros just to get to NXP
NX
Solid.
yeah.
Given that NXP Solid doesn't win.
Yeah.
Because if NXP Solid wins, it just raises up. The lead just heightens.
Yeah. Oh my. Points matter every Sunday, Butters.
Points do.
Yeah. And look at that. 5-man Mountain Shocker for the Vision. Omega now securing the Lord. And there you go. All of the objectives are now gone for NXP. Omega suppressing them inside their base.
Jungle. It's the jungle choke. They cannot get anything anymore out of this. Everything the light touches, it's
not
Omega's.
yours. It's not yours.
It's not yours. It's not yours anymore. Everything the light touches is Omega's.
Yeah.
So, Curtsy, he's having a good time actually getting priority over that crab coin. Wow.
Wow, yeah, man.
That is probably the side lane dream.
Oh, yeah. For you getting the crab coin, not the carry. Not the side.
You have the
not the
priority.
hyper carry. Actually, the tower in the mid lane is now gone.
Look at Toshi.
And Toshi, there you go. Popping the stickers. Is he gonna hook him though? There it is, the initiation from Heat. The Ren J with the Dark Knight falls. They will take down the Lord, but the main target is going to be the bottom side. Team Omega just getting the super minions quickly in 12 minutes. And Toshi coming in with the pull. 2-man setup. There you go. 2-man down. Another knock-up. Kick to MB. To the face. Mega kill from GZ. And Omega putting this one in the bag. Showing us that they are still the giants of the tournament.
So they're not really falling. They prove us that it's still not dusk for Omega.
Wow. Wow. Defeating NXP Solid when it matters. The Revenge Series for Omega.
Oh my
And this is going to worsen the trauma for the side of NXP.
The storyline for NXP right now is how to get back that morale. That morale just slipped down. They lost the most important part of the most important game of their MPL round
Yeah,
number 1 for EXE and NXP, and they lost to Aura, and right now
They
it's
lost
actually
Omega.
another 2-0.
Yeah,
Omega.
it's another 2-0. And like what they said on their TikTok, it really hurts
Yeah.
for NXP right now if you're an NXP fan. But if you are an Omega fan, it's time for you to cheer because the guys are back.
In their old form, stronger, and they learned new tricks. Who said old dogs can't learn new tricks?
Yeah. I don't
Nobody
know.
did.
Nobody did.
Nobody did.
Really? Nobody
I
did?
think someone said it, but Omega at
Yeah.
least proved them wrong.
Yeah. Someone said it a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
A long time ago. Man, that was hype. That was beautiful Mobile Legends from Omega. Perfect execution with their lineup. But, of course, our resident analyst will dissect what happened. Rockhart, take the floor.
Once more here on the analyst desk. So, let's go into the itemization. I think very important to note kasi ito yung binabantayan ko ever since the game started. Itong Necklace of Durance na to, which actually straight up contradicted a lot of the heroes of NXP here. I think nakuha niya to right away before ito bonus na lang tong Winter Truncheon, and I think that was very important for Haze. And si Heat, I think 0-1 and 8, pero feel ko hindi maka-get over sila Shinbu tsaka sila Wolf dun sa galaw na ginawa ni Heat. And try ko i-breakdown din yun mamaya sa replay, no? And I think nalagang kinulang ng tempo yung ginawa ng NXP. They were trying to go for a very early tempo build with Renegade and with H2O on that Roger, which definitely was very difficult to do considering meron ding Toshi dito sa gilid. Same with Hajizi, which was very slow and steady lang. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be the MVP here again. Pero definitely, yung galaw ni Heat din, sana makita natin sa replay. Hopefully, fingers crossed, na makita natin yun mamaya sa replay natin. And of course, we can actually go there right now. Hopefully, we have that. Sige, tingnan natin yung post. First, by the way, for the post match muna. I think towers, ito yung important din for Renegade. Ito yung tinatry natin gawin for Renegade with a Hellcurt pick. Aside from the team fight power na makukuha mo when you have a Hellcurt, Dark Knight Falls, you also want to go for tower takes, which is napigilan din naman ng grabe ni Kuya Curtizy. And mahirap ding umikot kung may Cho na naghahunting sa gilid mo. Same with the Ruby. Like, nakikipag 1v1 to kanina din sa baba with the Hellcurt. It was very difficult to fight. And I guess this is the reason why a lot of our teams are starting to pick this up. Hindi lang ang Omega, pati ang Bren nag-pick up na din. Sinimulan din nilang kunin yung Ruby. And the feeling ko, pati kayo na nanonood ngayon, sisimulan nyo na din i-practice yung hero na yan for sure. Important to note din, the buffs were very important, and 3 turtles taken for the side of Omega means hindi makapag all-in masyado si H2O on that Roger. So, yeah, this time around, I think we can definitely go into the highlights. Ang tagal mabura. Yan. Let's go into the highlights real quick here. And you will definitely see the power that NXP had on the early game. I think very important to note here, NXP had very good early game fighting power, especially with MB on that Khalid. I think he's one of the first players na napagana itong Khalid na to ever since na pumasok si Khalid sa MPL. So it's very important to note that they had a good start. They had a great start, pero overall, the mid-game definitely started to favor Omega, especially nung hindi tumama yung mga skills nila dito sa fight na ito. I think that was a very big turning point. I think pwede nating slow motion to. Slow-mo. Reduce speed. Tas play. Okay, hanapin natin yung sinabi ni Hindi, aftermath na din to. Late na talaga, no? Sayang, hindi natin nakita. Pero I think this is one big turning point where they actually got a pretty good something for their on their side. And after that, dire-diretso na for Omega. Definitely wanted to win each and every fight and hit only pickups there. Definitely contender for a Cho God ng Pinas. And MVP of that game is going to be Hajizi, 2 in a row on the Yisan Shin, 5-1-6. Very clean play. Underrated. I think that's gonna be the theme here for Omega. Underrated din si Hajizi on this Yisan Shin. He did very well. And same with Heat. Hindi lang siya Mr. Fundamental eh. Mr. Underrated na din siya ngayon. Oh, ayos ba yun? So, congratulations to Omega with a 2-0. We will head into an interview real quick with isa din sa mga old school. Isa sa mga pinakaunang Chogad ng Pinas, Mr. Hayes. Kamusta ba, Hayes? We are live on the interview here. Thanks sa pagpapa-unlock. Kamusta ang panalo? Kamusta ang pakiramdam ng manalo against NXP?
Masaya po kasi malakas po rin yung kalaban namin.
That's definitely Hayes saying na Omega solid pa rin naman. And I think madaming nagtatanong, kailan ka ba ulit mag-show? Kailan mo natin makita ulit yung show natin dyan? May plano ba kayong ilabas yun in the future?
Pina-practice pa rin po naman kaso iba po kasi meta din ngayon kaya parang ayun, abangan na lang din po nila baka magamit ko po ulit.
Yun, no? And payag ka ba na mas magaling si Hit mag-show sa'yo? Sabi nila Shinbo siya.
Okay lang po, payag po.
Ayun. So, again, I'm very glad to see that you guys are back on form with a 2-0 against NXP. Any last shout-outs, any families or friends that you want to greet or your sponsors? Go ahead.
Shoutout po sa Smart Omega, sa mga fans po namin simula pa nung SGD. Nag-iba na po kami name. Tapos shoutout po sa mga staffs po namin, sa mga coaches po namin na tumulong po sa amin dito sa MPL. Tsaka shoutout din sa mga teammates ko. Worth it yung yung mga practice.
Yun, grabe naman yun. Then, big shoutouts daw from Hayes himself of Omega. Thank you so much sa pagpapa-unlock ng interview na ito. Good luck.
Okay, thank you po.
And that was Hayes, again, definitely showing na worth it yung pinagsasabi nila Shinbong life coach. Talagang dinril nila yung issue na yun. And habang, of course, we're waiting for the next matchup, kunin nyo muna yung codes na nandyan sa baba ng screen nyo right now. Definitely want to watch out for is those codes kasi para naman medyo gumaan-gaan, di ba? Mag-claim tayo ng mga stuff dyan sa codes na yan. And malay nyo, yan na pala ang kailangan nyo para makapag-level up ng emblem. Para road to MPL na din kayo, di ba? Ayos. So, again, a big thank you to everyone who has been watching. Don't forget to register for the mythical raffle draw right there on your screens. And makakuha kayo ng 5 niyan. Auto-qualified kayo for the Super Mega Ultra raffle draw na magaganap at the end of the season where you will get a chance to win a very, very big prize na hindi pa rin na-announce until now. Abangan nyo din yan. And that's gonna be it for this match. 2-0 NXP. We'll be seeing them soon again. Pero for now, we would like to thank the sponsors who made this tournament possible. Our official telco partner, Smart. Witness your favorite teams battle it out and apply the gameplays with your squad as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes of Mobile Legends Facebook gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new Smart app and choose free games. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme for all of your smartphone gaming needs. Realme has got you covered with the Realme 6 series, ultra smooth display, fast charging, and powerful processors. Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchases of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue Free Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in eSports, TikTok, get 5% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until September 15. Our partner in eSports, TikTok Live. Check us out on TikTok. Search nyo lang MLBB. At hanapin nyo lahat kaming casters. Lahat kami nandyan. Nanonood lang kayo sa TikTok. Kausapin namin kayo doon. And of course, our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. All of this is powered by Moonton. Unang series pa lang yan, mga kaibigan, in this very, very awesome Game Day Sunday. I'm Rockhart, and we will see the Realme Top 5 plays right here while we're waiting for the next match. Sit tight.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to leap.
Kaya, don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Hi guys, I'm Shimbu with the one for an eye.
At ako naman, si Manjin.
At kami ang Manjinbu Tandem.
And welcome muli sa MPL's Meta Dive, kung saan this episode, we're gonna teach you the basic fundamentals on how to win.
So, wag na natin patagalin to. Let's get into the very first consideration, which is the hero pool. Bagay na bagay actually, paring Manjin, na maging unang bahagi ito of our discussion kung paano manalo. Kasi ito yung pagpili mo eh.
Oo.
Diba? Ano ang pamato mo, diba?
Oo.
Sino ang gusto mong gamitin? And the thing about hero pool, no? Just a quick discussion. Alam niyo na yan, napakaraming heroes for MLBB. But what hero, which hero, or heroes fits your playstyle? Ano ba gusto mo?
Like for example, Shinbu, ako favorite ko yung mga heroes na laging nasa likod at laging safe. Medyo bida-bida kasi ako minsan. Kaya gusto ko yung mga marksman. Tawag ko marksman Jin sa sarili ko. So favorite ko ang Kari, favorite ko ang Kimi. By the way, just to remind everyone, kada hero ay merong level ng difficulty.
Yes.
So kapag start mo pa lang ng Mobile Legends, ay meron ka mga beginner heroes na beginner friendly gamitin. Kumbaga, madali lang pindutin. We have Mia, we have Layla, diba, sa mga umpisa, Saver.
So fundamentally, ladies and gentlemen, again, ang pagpili ng hero is your very first step talaga
There you go.
into getting that win for MLBB. Kasi yun yung una mong pamato eh.
Yun na nga.
And it is very broad. Napakaraming discussion with regards to heroes in terms of class, in terms of difficulty of use. Pero the bottom line is you have to choose.
Siyempre, after mong mamili ng heroes, pasok na tayo. So, susunod nating discussion,
Setting up the emblems.
setting up the emblems. Kapag naglalaro ka, siyempre, meron tayong mga tinatawag na talents and emblems na pwedeng magpalakas sa sarili mo at pwede rin makatulong sa game mo.
Yeah, pero hindi lang basta dagdag stats or numbers ang binibigay din ng mga emblems, mga kaibigan. There are also some aspects of your hero and with regards to gameplay na naapektuhan din nila.
Papasok tayo dyan, Kuya Shinbu, dahil gusto ko lang din i-remind ang everyone na per emblem, meron ding mga designated roles kasi ang mga
Oo,
heroes
totoo
natin
yan.
na pwedeng makatulong sa'yo sa pag-set up ng emblem.
Now, for the progression of your MLBB account, kailangan mong ipag-ipunan ang pagbuo ng mga emblems mo. Again, you need a magic dust and gold and even emblem fragments to get access through this. So, hindi lang basta hero din ang gusto mong pag-ipunan using your battle points, but also your emblem.
Papasok tuloy tayo ngayon sa patch notes na
notes,
naman.
yan.
Which is napag-usapan natin last episode, yung tinatawag nating meta. Siyempre, alam mo na yung hero mo, alam mo na rin yung emblem mo, pero baka mamaya may binago pala.
Yun, nagbabago yan. Pwedeng magbago yan.
Kailangan mong i-take note, sino-sino ba yung mga heroes na binuff,
Yes.
na pinalakas, sino-sino ba yung mga heroes na ninerf, pinahina, at meron bang mga binago, and all of that you will take in consideration. So ayun nga, Kuya Shinbu, nakuha mo na yung hero mo, emblems mo, and nakapag-prepare ka na. Ngayon, ano ang gagawin mo entering the game? Yan ang question. Ang sa pinakauna dyan, checklist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Target mo siya.
Oo.
No? Of activities inside the game.
Oo. Ay depende din kung sa composition nyo at depende rin
Sa
again
hero, sa
sa
hero
hero
na
mo. So, at ang pinaka-favorite kong checklist sa lahat, Kuya Shinbu, lagi ko to kinikip in mind. Baka makatulong din sa inyo. Kailangan meron ka nung sure win mindset.
Dapat
Yan.
sure win lagi.
Dapat sure win lagi.
Oo.
Oo.
Pero again guys, this is just a sample checklist for you. What we want to emphasize is you can create your own checklist. A very clear example of the checklist is also of that thing with the Claude dati. Yung timers ni Claude. Diba? Na by this like around 4 minutes, diba?
Makuha mo na yung item mo.
4-minute mark or 4 minute and 30 seconds mark, dapat 2 core items ka na kay Claude.
Dapat preparado ka din pagdating sa drafting
Eto na.
phase.
Pero syempre, what we want to present to you here is, of course, the utility or technique that is counter-picking.
Yes.
No? One of the techniques na pwede mong gamitin talaga during drafting, ang pagka-counter-pick. This is the act of choosing a hero with regards to whatever hero was chosen din ng iyong kalaban.
Yep.
No? Accordingly with your team composition and again, against the enemy composition, then you have mastered counter-picking and get a nice tactic that leads you into winning your MLBB match.
Para maging sure win ka.
Sure win no?
At para makuha mo yung mga objectives, meron lang tayong i-remind para sa ating mga audience. Huwag maging toxic.
Yeah.
Kailangan pa ba natin i-explain?
Mga kaibigan, it's about the
Basic lang
mindset,
naman,
no? Kasi, gaya nga ng sinabi ko, no? One of the key factors nga na binanggit natin kanina is to make the right decision. Siyempre, kung hindi ka toxic and you have a clearer mind, then you make the right decision. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
At doon mo makikita kung ano ba sana yung mga dapat ginawa mo pa o yung
Totoo.
ginawa mo rin mismo. And in that way, you learn. And again, every time you learn, doon ka talaga pinaka nananalo.
Minsan,
Kasi mas well-equipped ka pa eh.
Minsan pwedeng nananalo ka na ng nanalo kasi effective talaga yung naral mo. Like for example, this one,
Gina G mag-adjust itong player na to eh. Hindi toxic.
hindi toxic, hindi
Share
talaga.
win.
Nakapag-review and nakapag-adjust. Yun ang kailangan mong gawin.
Kasi
Oo.
dito mo makikita yung resulta.
Oo.
At ano pa yung mga kailangan mong gawin.
Oo.
Diba? On your next game nga. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been our episode with regards to our topic of how to win. Again, remember all those stuff that we've mentioned and of course further it na mas marami pang bagay. Ang importante is aim for that share win.
Yeah.
Sure win attitude. Mga kaibigan, ako si Shinbu with the 1 for a 9.
At ako naman, si Manjin. At kami,
Kami ang Manjin
Bu
Butan.
Tandem. Magkita-kita tayo muli sa susunod na episode ng MPL. Beto tayo.
It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon to all of you. Again, we are back here at the MPL Season 6, week number 4. We are at game number 2. We are your shoutcasters. My name is Manjit Faltas here in the English stream, and I am with my analyst, Butters. Butters, how are you?
I'm doing fine. It's series number 2, and we will have
finally we'll have a winner.
Winner.
BSB versus Blue Fire, but we'll talk about that later because we need to thank first our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Witness your favorite teams, battle it out, and apply the gameplays with your squad. As Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Just simply download the new Smart app and choose free games. Official sponsor, Realme. For all your smartphone gaming needs, Realme has got you covered with the Realme 6 series with an ultra smooth display and fast charging and powerful processors. Official sponsor 2 is Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, and Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select pure gold doors nationwide.
And we do have our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 5% balikbayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs till
September 15. There you go.
We have another partner in eSports in TikTok. Just search MLBB or Mobile Legends in TikTok to watch legendary videos. Again, Manjin and the viewers, search MLBB or Mobile Legends in TikTok to watch legendary videos. Official gaming headset partner is going to be Logitech G here
like a pro, and powered by Moon Ton. And I hope that both of these teams are powered up because finally, like what you've said, somebody's gonna have a point. After 4 weeks of the MPL, it is the first time and the last time that these guys are going to be up against each other. BSB from Group B and Blue Fire from Group A.
And this is one of the things that you really have to look at here for the side of BSB. They have been winning one game, and they could not close out the series.
Yeah.
For Blue Fire, they actually show a bit of a signs of life, but then again, they cannot close out the game.
Yeah, you know what? Blue Fire only won one time. And I think that was against the defending champions.
Yeah.
And BSB also winning one time. But first of all, let us meet BSB this time.
Kasi gusto ko siya kasama sa bootcamp kasi minsan yung mga problema nasasabihan ko siya pag may away ganun, kaya may reason ako.
Parang sa akin dito. Kasi lagi ako nililibre pag wala akong pera. Sa batak din maglaro, tuloy-tuloy kahit kumakain, maliligo, naglalaro.
Pumapasok ako pag may mga alitan lang pagkain na yung may nangyari kasi isang araw 4 na beses kami natalo tapos kinokorek lang ako sa kanila tapos the rest naman yun si Coach Kloss na yung gumagawa kaya kumbaga hindi ko na siya pinasok kasi player lang din naman ako gusto ko maging pantay-pantay ka.
Siguro nung MPL Season 5 nung kalaban ng STI.
BSB squad, horns up, ladies and gentlemen, as Capuan, Trevor, Wilson, Scheider, Anna, and Drix will try to put in a point in their score. If they will win this 2-0, Butters, what's gonna happen?
You know what, BSB, they can actually tie up with Signal Ultra in terms of points. Although in terms of head-to-head, Signal Ultra did beat them in one series. So really have to look at it in a way that, you know, they're gonna match it up and they have a chance to just go further than Signal Ultra. And that is one of the things about Group B. You never know who actually can overtake someone.
Yeah, I like your point, but still points are points, right?
Yeah.
You want 2-0 for you to get the 3 points. If I'm not mistaken, Signal Ultra is at 4 points, right? So with this, probably could like heal them up with the defeats that they've been having. I like that you point out that BSB's main dilemma right now is they're not playing a series game, but rather they've been playing a single game every time, right? And there's a huge difference between playing a series and playing a game.
And there's a lot of things going on here for the side of BSB, but Rix, Anna, and Scheider, these are going to be the players to look out for.
The players to look out for. We shall see what are the heroes that Drix and Anna are going to pick as they are up against Team Blue Fire.
Napakamasayahin kaya nahawa ako sa kanya.
Kasi siya yung taong sobrang masayahin na parang kahit talo kayo, di kayo mababad trip kasi siya yung parang nagpapasaya sa team.
Alam kong may potential sa close na to.
Siya yung laging nagpo-point out ng mga errors ko kaya lagi ako nag-i-improve.
Consistent siyang maglaro at saka pa-improve ng pa-improve.
Unang ginagawa ko is nagiging seryoso ako. Kasi pag hindi ko pinakita sa kanilang seryoso ako, hindi nila seryosohin yung usapan. Plus kung sabihin sa kanila is okay lang matalo kahit sandaang beses pa yan. Basta importante nag-i-improve ka.
Bago pa lang ako pero sisiguraduhin ko na magiging memorable sa akin tong Season 6.
The question is their fire blue? Because they're wearing orange. No, I'm kidding. Secret, Chu, Unseen, Kripsu, Fuzuken, and Limps still on the losing streak. But this time, finally, this game could boost their morale. Fuzuken actually playing for the first time against Aura PH yesterday. And this time, their main problem was cured because this time they're playing together.
Yep. Then again, we didn't really see, change in how they, tackled the game. If you notice, like, you really have to be one of those players who are proactive in the fight and proactive in the game. You set yourself up for the buffs that are gonna come out. Blue Fire did not really show us that side of them when the game with Aura happened yesterday, and I just feel that there is a certain gap between those two teams. So let's see, Blue Fire, how will they fare up with a team who's actually at the bottom of their group as well?
I like your question, Butters. I think this is the time for both of these teams to give their hearts out. Because again, if you win this, okay, you're gonna have a point. But if you lose this, what are you going to feel?
You are going to
feel... You're gonna be devastated if you lose this.
I think it's still the main idea for the Group A, Group B standings. Like, it's still the 9th and 10th place.
Yeah.
So that means if you lose this, you are the 10th place on MPL.
Nonetheless, you're the 10th place.
Because the thing is, they just separated it in two. And when they separated it in two, then that means you have your 5th place. So there's no real,
both of them are in 5th place.
No real standings for that. Both of them are in 5th place. That's it. But when they face each other and they actually beat each other, then that means the other one is 10th place, the other one is 9th place.
Yeah. You know what? Both of these guys, I think they're in our favorite state. You know what that state is?
What state?
The nothing to win, nothing to lose state.
I think it's everything.
Or it's still early. I think it's early.
I think what's safe to say is everything to win but nothing to lose. If they lose, they don't lose anything anymore.
Yeah, you just need to
win.
They
lost almost every series that they have.
Yeah.
But in terms of winning, they have everything to win because whoever gets this win will probably get 2 points, or whoever wins this has the capability to get 3 points as well. But you know what? Head-to-head right now, it's going to be 15 games versus 13 games for Blue Fire and BSB.
Almost the same.
Almost the same.
They have the same unique heroes to pick. And the stats that they have are almost in the middle. But of course, BSB, because of them winning games, they will actually lead by a little bit. Butters, I like your point about this is your time to win. Because again, we're halfway and you will only meet this team one time. This is the first and the last time that they will meet. So this is the ultimate game that they can have, right?
Yeah.
So Chu and Drix is our player head to head. An assassin and the marksman, both showing us strengths in using assassin marksman, if I'm not mistaken. Both are good Ling users too.
You know what? Both of their Ling got shut down during their previous games.
Yeah.
Chu got his Ling shut down yesterday. Drix, his Ling got shut down as well.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of things to consider when going to the head-to-head, but I think this is the perfect setup for these two. I mean, Chu has been here since Season 5. Drix right now is a rookie. This is his rookie season, and he can prove to us that maybe, just maybe, this is the momentum setter for their side. Like, if they can close this out, probably they can close up the other series as well.
Yeah. But still, I think Blue Fire, with the game that they had yesterday, plus a little bit, I did a little bit of interview. It seems like what they want to do right now is just to enjoy the ride and hope for the best to win. They will just enjoy and they will try their best, to take a game. This time, BSB, I have a feeling that they're in a state that they can still pull off a miracle because they have points, right? Plus, they've been getting one game from the high-tier teams, right?
And that's one of the things that you really have to look at. Like, to be honest, having that certain setup for these players, like for BSB, yes, they're gonna win their series, but onto the side here of Blue Fire, they can have that series win, and it could be their confidence booster. Because what we've said, they had a lot of problems into converting these. You know what? They had problems in their boot camp. They weren't really together for the first few parts of the
first
season,
3 weeks.
For the first 3 weeks, but right now they're together. They showed us that yesterday, and they just proved to us that, you know what? Let's just do this. We're going up against the bottom spot of Group B.
Let's
We're
show
the
them.
bottom spot of Group A. We did everything that we could in terms of the adjustment period. We have more time there rather than that Saturday game that we have. This is Sunday. This is a new day.
Yeah, this is their championship Sunday.
This is their championship Sunday.
Who is the better bottom tier team?
Yes. Who
That
is the ninth place?
Who is the ninth place? There you go.
Who is the ninth place?
At least I'm not 10th place, right?
Yeah.
But
you know what? For Blue Fire, it's much worse. Like, seriously, if they get 3 points right now, there is a lot more points
that they need to
get.
follow up. Yeah.
So that means they need 6 more. If they win this 2-0, they need 3 more points to actually tie
I
up.
think NXP is at 4th place in Group A.
Yeah, they have 7 points.
Oh.
So,
yeah, because they defeated Blue Fire.
Yeah.
2-0.
Yeah.
And I think they fought up with BSB as well. And that was 2-1. Yeah, and they won one with execration. So yeah, Blue Fire really needs more points. But BSB, they only need this one for them to like be confident enough to match up with more of the teams in the MPL. So man, I'm excited for the draft. What are we expecting here? Are we gonna see a Diggy?
And BSB bans out a Hilda. It could be a Diggy setup.
Oh.
Who knows?
Oh no.
But Trevor is back. Scheider played yesterday. Did it really work? Trevor is back. And they had better. I think BSB just deemed it like, okay, we made that adjustment. We tried that. And it seems that we have better rotations with Trevor on our side.
Yeah,
but I'm not saying that Scheider was bad when they performed. It was just, you know, it was unfortunate to see them like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a lot of promise.
The plan did not work. That is, I think that's what you're trying to say there, Butters. But right now they adjusted and they went back to plan A with Trevor. So this time, Blue Fire sticking to their new game plan. Fuzaken is the one playing again.
So, you know what? unseen is unseen.
Your team is banned.
Here. BSB, they ban out the Hilda and the Diggy. That is actually kind of counterintuitive if you ask me.
That's an interesting
That's an interesting
ban
ban setup.
for BSB. Meanwhile, Blue Fire respecting the side lanes. You know what? I can sense that Blue Fire still doesn't, like, they still don't want to give up on the season. Because again, it's still the 4th week. And by looking at their draft though, looking at the first priority bans, it seems that they know that the strengths of the BSB squad is somehow the offlaners. Because there you go, another side lane, a Khalid ban.
If they can take out the potential here of the side lanes for BSB, like Drix and not Drix, but Anna and Wilson, rather, I think that they have an easier time dealing with Drix, Cap 1 and Tribor.
Yeah.
But that's what Blue Fire thinks. For the side of BSB, they think that if they take out the Hilda, the Digin, the Selena for Blue Fire, the supports or the tanks, they will have a better time. So there's a bit of a how do I say this? Difference in terms of prioritization. And I really like that because these teams are showing their different understandings on how to counter
each other. Yeah, I like it. I like your point that Blue Fire, they're probably targeting the side laners for Drix to get weak. And looking at it, BSB actually prioritizing an off lane. They prioritize the TAMs. I think there's a pattern here for the side of BSB. And Blue Fire just went in and learned that. But looking at the first 3 picks, BSB having good firepower here. Yashin Shin and a Valier goes well together. Control and damage is present for the side of BSB.
BSB here getting a Valor. I like that setup. That only means that they have this certain amount of understanding that Farsa is going to have big boys on his side. What I mean about big boys, this is going to be the football lineup. And Blue Fire, they're probably thinking about it right now that if they pick the off tanks, the semi tanks, and the bruisers, the Valor is going to be a legit problem. They're gonna get pushed back. They're pretty sure about it. So
they need those big boys.
They need those big boys, and they get the link for Chu. It
is the Chu signature hero.
They don't want it to get banned.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, if they could have left it for the 4th pick or the 5th pick, but you know what? It's a perfect setup here for the side of for the side of Blue Fire, because BSB might just ban it out when they reach the 4th and 5th ban. And to be honest, Manjin, I'm actually surprised Kufra is actually banned right now. I was just about to say that Kufra is still available.
But at least you will get your signature pick. And that is good, actually. That is nice for Chu. They just secured, what carry do you want? Hey, I want to play the Ling. And there you go. Easy peasy. Chu with the Mastery of the Ling against Drix with a Yishun Shin. But like what you've said, tanks and supports matter as well. The Kufra is now banned. What are the remaining tanks right now? You have a Balmond.
Balmond is out.
Oh, sorry. Oh my God. They just banned out the Balmond.
Hylos?
Hylos or
Hylos?
Atlas?
Yeah.
Probably an Atlas for BSB.
There is this Atlas potential here for Blue Fire. I would put it more into the Blue Fire side.
The Atlas, right?
Because they have the Farsa.
Your team
the Atlas and Farsa
they even
combo.
take out the Hylos.
Wow.
Blue Fire, I like the Akai for their side. Just because they have Fusakin. That's the only thing going on for him.
Because Fusaken knows the limits of the Akai. You don't really know what he's gonna do with that Hurricane Dance. And yeah, actually Akai is okay against ATAMs if ever BSB picks an Atlas here in their lineup.
Team is picking.
Ooh.
And Blue Fire, they were banned out of an export. Yes, I think that's a good ban coming out from BSB because the thing is, Xborg, as we've seen, can be used as a tank as well. Kind of a support utility tank. Not really those that chunky boy as a Kufra, Atlas, and the others.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think for Blue Fire, it's going to be an Akai.
The signature
Fuzaken hero. I just think that it could happen that way. Or they could pick something like a Ruby, or
is he gonna go
something really tanky? They
Atlas.
Need Atlas, yeah.
But there's a Valier from the other side, so you can't really pick an Atlas. Oh, that is your sustain, Butters.
Now the thing is, if you pick an Alice in front of a Valier, that's Duran's creeping up on you.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna regen as much.
Yeah,
and they got the Baksha even.
I don't know, man. I kinda like like what you said. I kinda get your point. You will just neglect this Alice from the region. Again, Blue Fire needs another big man, right? So with the Baksha Poisons, it counters the Alice and it counters the Cho Shield. So with this, BSB securing the safetyness also of their hyper carry, the Yishun Shin.
Although Blue Fire, what are they gonna go for? That is a question. They go for the Gatot. There's going to be their So it's going to be a tank show. This is going to be a tank show. Farsa support, an off-lane Gatot. So this is going to be their tank. Okay. Nice way to formulate it for the side here of Blue Fire. I don't really see Fuzaken pick the Cho that much.
Yeah, actually he went for the Cho game number 2 last time.
Yeah,
against Aura.
But it's not really one of his picks that you would go for. Like,
he's probably practicing.
He's probably practicing it. So yeah, I think this is a balanced draft for both of the teams. I just have this thing about that Alice pick.
Yeah, the Baksha count immediately just countered the Alice. Plus, like what you've said, just one Durance from the Valier. Boom. No more regen.
It puts you on notice. Like, think about it this way. If you do not get your Winter Truncheon instantaneously, if you do not get it, you go for the Clock of Destiny, then you go for a Winter Truncheon, then that only means that you're asking to get pushed back by the Valier.
And you're gone for. Easy target. There you go. I agree with you, Butters. I actually want to say that I want Blue Fire to win a game, but the win condition for the side of BSB is easier. That's why I will give them game number 1 with the draft.
So BSB, I think the Valor pick just put Blue Fire in a lot of trouble. I would like...
because they did not actually react to the Valier, right?
Yeah, they did not act to the Valier. And they did pick their support early. So they couldn't really, pick a Kagura and just finish him off long range. But then again, the Farsa is there as well. So as long as the Farsa is there is this thing about not really forcing out a lot of the fights because,
the Farsa can outplay you.
BSB,
from afar.
BSB can be aggressive, but it's always going to get punished by the Farsa, given that the Farsa is near the area.
But you need the Farsa to be in the right position.
And that's the thing, because, mind you, a lot of the teams have took notice of this certain Farsa pick. To be honest, just seeing how they deal with it, they take it down and they sacrifice one person just to take a Farsa down, just to delay that level 4.
Yeah.
And they do that. They do that.
You just want to delay the Farsa ultimate and you're good. You can control, right? You can control the mid fight.
Because that means it will be, it could be a thing that you can get two kills on her.
Yeah.
By the time that the Lord actually, by the time that the turtle actually comes in, that's the time when you could say that, oh, the Farsa is at level 3.
And we can fight.
We
He
can
has no
actually force
ultimate.
that turtle, and that's where you can snowball. But if the Farsa gets to level 4 first, that is going to be a huge problem.
It's a different news if the Farsa goes for that early levels. That's why I think most of the Farsa players go for early game pokes for them to get a chance at the experience. But this time, here we go. BSB invading the orange buff. Nice. Seeing Torrent out for Trevor. Free objective plus another stun. That is the passive from the Valir. Butters, you've said this Valir is going to be a problem for the team of Blue Fire.
Nice use of the Purify there. The taunt didn't really hit Wilson. That could have been a death on Wilson if that happened. But still, nice call. Wilson got the kill. Wilson got extra spell vamp, and that is going to be really good on his side. Blue Fire, on the other hand, they lost their orange buff, and that's the thing. He needed that for the extra damage, but right now it's forgivable. As long as he has the purple, it's okay.
It's okay because the purple matters. But Wilson with this orange buff, knowing Wilson as a TAMS, he will utilize this very well because it goes well with the solo with the TAMS passive too. The extra proc of the solo Daba. So this TAMS is going to have the time of his life in the top lane before the 2-minute 45-second mark.
Oh, so this is the mage killer Ana
on
lane.
On the Popol and Koopa.
On the Popol and Koopa. So okay, if BSB wins this, if BSB wins this and gets the tempo of the early game, then that only means there is going to be push.
Yes.
Turtle.
Yes.
On the side of BSB.
That's interesting because if you have this emblem on the Popol and Koopa, the dog, Koopa, if I'm right, can get an extra boost of damage because of the Mage Killer, right? Because of the Mage Killer extra attack on the towers and the objectives, and Limbs trying to run, not using his wings, but using her feet to get away, as he will survive that.
And the recall.
Oh, the recall got
Limbs.
cancelled. The recall got cancelled. Drix, nice mountain shocker. And I think this is going to be a free tower in the bottom side, Butters.
Okay, BSB looking comfortable with everything they're doing. Kripsu is at level 4 just in time for that turtle. Look at the placement of BSB on how they're giving a bit more importance to this. But Kripsu, he will he go down? That is the question. The bird is still there.
Let it burn.
Okay.
Oh.
He survives, but still Kripsu is out of commission for this turtle fight. Ling Chu, he has to get this with the retribution if he wants to.
Almost with the burn damage there. Here comes the flowing blood plus ultimate from Limbs. Limbs, the turtle, it's falling low. Drix with the mountain shocker zone, getting the last hit onto the Alice, plus going for an outplay. Drix popping another critical. 2-for-1 exchange, but that is a turtle and of course gold in the hands of BSB.
Nice call for both teams there. Chu actually just going for the kills, while Drix, he looked at what's happening and he knows that if he went in, if he stepped on that plate and just went for the physical attacks, he's gonna get caught. So what he did was he just went for the turtle, used the retribution, and they got both teams got a lot of.
They got a lot
out of that.
Yeah, they got a lot, but somehow Blue Fire getting a revenge kill in the bottom side, make that 2 revenge kills. So Chu right now going steady. He's not dying as well.
Kripsu and the others, Drix is here trying to just go for the clear. And he will get that mountain shocker. Is really annoying at this stages of the game.
The damage.
But Wilson will get the kill on Secret onto the top lane.
Yeah, a lot of confusing skirmishes happening here in this game. The game is now resetting, Butters. This is the 3rd buff for Chu, having his 3rd purple buff. But this time, the turtle will go to the bottom side. 30 seconds left. They really want to get this bottom tier tower.
Well, the positioning is there. They know that Alice is the most vulnerable person right now onto the side of Blue Fire.
Yes.
She's still scaling.
Yeah.
So as long as the scale isn't there, they're not gonna be scared. And as long as Blue Fire doesn't go to that side of the map, it's not really going to be viable for the Alice to go for the fight.
I get your point because that is the strongest map for the side of Blue Fire because their top side right now, Wilson, is also scaling and he is dominating the top lane right now. I think this is a dead lane for Blue Fire right now. That's why they're forced to just group up and help out. But Wilson, man, that is, I think, the third orange buff for him.
You know what? There is this thing about Blue Fire right now that they are just going for those pickups, and you have to give it up to them. They might be down in economy, but those pickups actually put them in a better spot than most of their games.
Yeah, they need probably more of those. Again, BSB sometimes have this tendency to go in and just overextend their welcome. So with that, I think Team Blue Fire, they need to find the right choices, to find the right pickups, to use the right ultimates. Because right now, Team BSB is choking them, especially in the top side.
Okay, so Lims, he's trying to set up the right initiation here, but he knows that as long as Trevor is there, he cannot go in. He cannot go in. So that's why a lot of heroes getting hit here, but Lims actually going in, and wow.
That is your initiation for you, batters. Lims and Chu combo, but he gets bursted by the Traceless critical. There you go, another kill for the side of BSB. Nice initiation, but no perfect follow-up for BNK.
Jungle choke, and that is what happens when you lose your tier 1 turrets. And you know what, Blue Fire, at least they're still in a position that they can win this. They have the choke, they can kick Drix.
Yeah.
And Wilson right now is playing the best performance of this Tams on Season 6. His best Tamos performance is probably this game right here, 403.
403 plus 4 orange buffs.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. You don't really want to give Tams extra damage. Because if he has extra damage, it means extra sustain too. Because his lifesteal scales with the damage that he has. So now, BSB in total control of the 8 minutes of this game. Man, it is now 9-5. And man, it seems like Blue Fire, they're now confused on where to go.
Chu here stealing that. That is a good preemptive movement coming out from him.
Whoa!
Tempest of Blades, he will get out. As long as the Chu here has Tempest of Blades, there's no clear stun for the side of BSB.
But nice usage of the sights there from Wilson. Like what you said, probably the best Tams play that he will get. But nice initiation from Lims also. Is this a follow-up kill? Trevor will fall down. Nice skill there. Nice flinch poise there from Chu to follow up that kill. But again, the mission was to get the tower. And Puziken also needs that revenge kill as well. Retaliation play, not gonna happen as the dog will bite him out. Oh,
you know
Ana
what?
survives.
You know what, this Ana play that we're seeing right now? He's not even trying to get the kills. What he's trying to do is secure the objectives. So you don't see any kills on Ana.
Yeah.
He's more of a sacrificial side laner. That it's okay for him to go down. I mean, it's better for him not to go down.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Because as long as there is pressure on the turret, it's going to be fine. And at this point of the game, if you leave the turret unprotected like this, on the other sides of the map, and he's there, that turret is going to go down.
Going back to that, again to our point on that Mage Killer emblem. You know what's good with the Mage Killer also? It has this hybrid damage as well that you can do.
Just for just the jungle emblems.
Yeah. So with this, man,
I agree with you. Anna just targeting the towers. And now with the initiation onto Limbs as well. Limbs going in for that Blood Odd. Fuziken with the knock-up. Nice Avatar Guardian. Anna falling down. 30 seconds to the death timer. There you go, Wilson with the flank. And I think that's it. 3 heroes are now down for Blue Fire. And BSB going in for this free Lord.
They're treating it as if it's their game right now, BSB. But let's look at this instant replay coming out from Gillette. And look at how Secret really wanted to save the day. He really wanted to save the day by just using the Avatar of Guardian.
Yeah.
But the one thing that you really have to look at there is Kripsu available for the Feathered Airstrike?
I think it's always like Blue Fire. We thought that the initiation was good, but again, the follow-up is not there. The setup was there, but the execution, the combo is not present. So, Team BSB, they know that there's a lot of pressure in the top lane. That's why they control the bottom lane time and time again. And now going in for the GG push.
As long as there is no Winter Crunch on that Alice, I'm 100% sure they cannot win the fight.
Yeah, because Limbs is the only one to initiate, right? Not the Gatot Kacha. There you go. Still, the damage output is real for BSB. You also have the emblems and the talents online on their side. Look at the damage of the Mountain Shocker. The supports are already in half health, Butters.
Okay, so Chu isn't really pushing, is really just cutting the wave to the top lane.
But with him not here, where is the damage coming from now for Team Blue Fire? A free B tower in the bottom lane, and Anna will just run away, stealing that tower like a lollipop from a kid.
Chu trying to get away. Let's see. There's a face check on the brush there for Wilson. They will find him, but they have no ways to take him down. Chu here. They got the bottom tier 3 turret.
Yes.
But the thing is, at least it was limited to that.
Yeah.
It didn't go to the point
to the
where
end.
The middle lane got destroyed as well.
Yep.
At least they're trying to stitch up the things. They're trying to cover up the wound, because if they do not do that right now, they're just gonna bleed till they lose the game.
Yeah. Bit by bit, surviving the potential loss. But man, let's see. As again, Mountain Shocker initiation plus the Popal and Koopa finally got a kill. And I think, man, even though Chu will go for that flank kill, everyone is here for the chase. Tracing down the Ling. And does he have the pinch boys?
He actually dodged that.
He dodged it out, but those are wheels, man. But still, you can't really chase a flying object. I don't know. But I think they can. Not enough energy on that flinch, boys. So Drix with the crits. And there you go. Drix has now officially scored 100 kills for MPL Season 6.
And 100 kills for Drix. Wow. This guy, at his rookie season, highest kill scorer in the league.
Yeah. And finally, if BSB goes for this win, goes for this victory at game number 1, they could use this momentum and finally get a 3-0 Blue Fire. I don't know, man. It's still an underwhelming performance coming in for Team Blue Fire.
I'd say it's better than most of their performances, because there's this thing that they can retain their turrets. There's this thing that they actually drag this game to 15 minutes. And right now, the next turret will be up. Drix here just going to work, trying to take it down, and he is just going to force out any reaction here coming out from Blue Fire. Now, is it safe to fight right now for Blue Fire? I don't think so. Like, look at how spread out BSB is, that at the first sign of a fight, they could just bail out the others
Yeah.
and they could try to go for a steal while the other lanes are being pushed.
Yeah. Plus, they have everything right now. They have all of the main tools to eliminate Blue Fire from this game.
Look at you. He's
Oh,
getting
man.
bit.
And it seems like Blue Fire is playing individually now, right now too.
It's a thing about Ling. That Ling isn't
That
really...
it's okay. It's okay to play by yourself.
It's Ling's nature to not be that good in playing into team fights that they couldn't win.
Yeah.
Like, a Ling should use when a Ling is behind, usually what you see is he goes for the split push.
Yep. And that's what he's doing right
Yeah.
now.
So
but
right now it might look that they're playing individually, but they're actually not.
Yeah, because they're just letting Chu do it by himself. But then again, BSB knows this. They know that Chu will just push out and cut waves. That's why they targeted the top lane. Plus, they also have an extra cannon minion here. So now, Secret tanking up the Lord and Kapuan. Still, you cannot neglect the damage that BSB is doing right now.
As long as Chu has cut one wave of minions, it's going to be great onto their side. But there is the surprise, there is the Winter Truncheon.
But it's
That's
too
the only
late.
time that he can survive.
too
but
late.
still, it's too late in this
Oh.
game. Winter Truncheon was the only thing that could save Limbs. But right now, it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, it's too late to apologize, says Team BSB. And we're just waiting for that GG push. BSB taking the 1-0 victory.
And this is what we expected from BSB. They can take wins against big teams, and I'm pretty sure that they can take a win versus Blue Fire as well. Now, the question is, they struggled with closing out the series.
Yeah,
Can they close the series?
I think they can, because I think for Team Blue Fire, man, they're also underwhelmed with their performance.
Yeah.
And with this loss at game 1, again, if in a best of 3, if you know that you're in equal footing with your opponent, the game number 1 is the most important game because it will dictate the pace, and you will know what you lack.
Momentum based.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're trying to say. I guess these two teams are momentum based, like BSB. But the thing about it is they might feel hype right now, but Blue Fire, if they have more plans and if they execute it well, they reset, I think Blue Fire can take this to a game number 3.
I hope so too, because again, they need points.
They need
And
points.
for the tournament to be interesting, right? And because we want interesting games, we want intense results, we want intense matchups. But again, it's okay because they're still trying their best. By the way, let us throw it to our resident analyst, Rockhart. There you go.
Ng midterm para sa BSB at ng Blue Fire. Let's head into the itemization, which is, I think, gusto ding bantayan ng ating mga casters. Let's have a look and see. Because right now, it's very noteworthy nga naman that this Calamity Reaper came instead of the, ang tawag doon? Instead of the Lightning Truncheon. It's a very common trend, and I think that is indicative of something na baka mali lang ng pili ng auto item build. I'm not sure. But I think the biggest deal here as well is hindi din nakapag-perform, hindi din nakapasok ng maayos si Kripsu in a lot of these fights. And Chu was behind for the most part. Although kita mo yung effort din niya na umiikot siya on different parts of the map to try to distract BSB, to try to stop their pushes, hindi pa rin yun sapat para mapigilan talaga ang ginagawa ng BSB right now, which is definitely on the likes of Ana. Ang daming beses niya muntikan na naman. Muntikan na mabigyan, and si Drix, my golly. Congratulations on Drix for the 100 kill score. Wow, that's a very good milestone, even though we have that mga square sa overlay. That's pretty cool. And that's a very interesting fun fact. So let's head into the post-match data as well. You will definitely see that Chu was the only one who was doing any tower damage here for for Blue Fire. And of course, BSB looking better, Popoling Koopa with a veteran hunter. Hello, let's go for the damage, the tower damage. Great job for Drix. Nung dulo, naghahabulan na lang sila nung... ito yung klase ng Yisan na naghahabol ng Ling. Kabaliktaran na yun nangyari ng usual na nangyari. Usually talaga, dapat, Ling yung naghahunting dun sa Yisanshin, di ba? So, it's very funny that it happened that way. And of course, Lord Slain, I think, Turtle Stain, I think that's very important then. This stat, it indicates that BSB is definitely ahead of the curve here. And with the towers destroyed as well. So very good game there, I would say, for BSB. It shows that they have a capability to really steamroll the moment they can get an early lead. And Blue Fire, they had a really good pick. I have to say, ang ganda ng kuha nila with the Farsa, with the Cho. It was not able to be capitalized, which is laking sayang din. And after that, maybe we can head into the replays, because definitely these replays are one to watch out for. It was not a very close game. It was not a very close game, absolutely. In the beginning, Fuzaken with a straight up miss on the flicker. And yung miss position na yun was punished almost instantly naman by BSB. On the turtle takes as well, Limbs, yung power niya halatang may kulang talaga. And they focused on the wrong people. Drix, sobrang free hit. Kita niyo, natapos yung laban na yun, everyone was backing off, and Drix was the one who was left alone. And usually, that's not what you want to see. You want to try to jump on the Yisanshin as much as possible. Pero sabi siguro ng Blue Fire, wala na, hindi namin maabot eh. So that's why they went for other targets instead. There were moments of brilliance, especially for Fuzaken here on Blue Fire, where ang dami talaga niyang muntikan na mabigay sa team niya. Pero I think the follow-up damage was just very difficult to find for this team. Yung mga small pick-offs nangyari sa beginning, it was promising pero hindi siya naging consistent. And ang nangyari dito for BSB, in the end, starting that 7-minute mark, sila naman na ngayon ang naghunting. Nung the moment that Drix had the orange buff, that Drix had yung turtle buff na yan, ang laking bagay nun for them to be able to win the fights. Over the Lord, I think that would have been, kung ako to, todo bigay na ako yan eh. Like, hindi na ako tatambay. Pero I think there are so many moments that Secret also got caught out. To be honest, ang sticky din naman ng lineup ng di ba? Ng BSB. May tamos kasi sila, kaya mahirap talaga silang, tapos meron pa silang Popoling Koopa. Pag nakagat ka niyan, good luck naman. And that's exactly what happened here. MVP of the game, congratulations kay Drix. 100 kills. That's congratulations. Top 1 yan. You get a gold star, diba? It's not gold. Gold star. Yan. Congrats. You have a gold star. Congrats kay Boss Drix there on the Yisanshin. He is the MVP of that game for BSB. So we are not done as of yet. Syempre naman, may chance pa rin naman makabawi ang Blue Fire. Dito sa laban ito, man, communication issues definitely looked like they were a problem. By the way, check out the giveaway codes on the bottom of your screens. It really looked like they were a problem here for Blue Fire. It looked like Chu was on a different page compared to the other members of the group. And I wonder why. It may be, ang tingin ko dun is he's trying to carry most of the time. Pero, anong nangyari? Parang sobrang disjointed. Maybe ang maganda gawin dito ng Blue Fire, mag-hire na sila ng isa pang extra carry na sasama sa kanila. Iwan na lang nila si Chu to do his own things. Maybe that will work. We'll find out. Join the Mythical Raffle Draw, guys. 5 yan ang salihan nyo. You will get an auto-qualified chance to get into the super-duper Mythical Raffle Draw na mangyari sa dulo ng ating season. Once more, paalala lang, check out that bit.ly link. So, it is going to be a chance for BSB to get a 2-0. That's worth 3 points in the league. And napakalaking bagay niyan considering where they are right now in the standings. Will that happen? Or will we have a Game 3 here coming from Blue Fire? Abangan natin as we head back into our casters. Good luck in the game.
Thank you so much, Rockhart. And I kind of agree on what he said about Team Blue Fire lacking the potential damage because Chu is always on the back, cutting the waves. And he joked around a little bit that probably Blue Fire needs another core. But then again, I think that's not the main story because BSB, they control the top lane with Wilson dominating the orange buff. And then They hope for the best that they could outplay everyone in the bottom side.
Manjin, I would just like to put it in a way where I'm actually surprised about the item progression about these teams. Like, if you saw the items of an Alice there, it was his second item on the Calamity Reaper rather than the Winter Truncheon.
It could probably been a different story if he went for the Winter Truncheon first. At least you have defensive items. Because the main problem here is that for the side of Blue Fire, they don't have this instant good front line. So I get your point. With the Winter Truncheon, at least you could probably dodge certain important skills for the side of BSB, right? Because what do you have? You have a Valier, you have a Tams. With the Winter Truncheon, you can definitely outplay them earlier, right?
Yeah. There's this thing about the Calamity Reaper that it doesn't really work for an Alice.
In the early stages.
In the early stages of the game, because what you need are those stacks. If you can get those stacks, then that means there is going to be a lot of use, a lot of procs for that certain Calamity Reaper. But if you get it the second item and you're not really dominating the game, then you're probably just putting another item item in the bank, just waiting for it to be ripe.
Yeah.
Then you're just gonna cash it in when the time comes that you get the 50 stacks.
I actually like the Calamity Reaper for Alice, but in the late game.
In the late game,
If you have max stacks, 1.5 seconds on the flowing blood, you will get that unlimited amount of procs from the Calamity Reaper. But nonetheless, Butters, we need to move on for game number 1. Is this BSB series to take? Because every time that they play, they always lose the second game. Most of the time, I mean. So, this time, are they playing now for a series? Or is it still a game for them?
I think BSB, they're, for the side of BSB, they're setting up their minds here that they can actually take the series win. This could end the drought.
Yeah.
But for Blue Fire, this is another story, Manjin. The story right here for this team is, can they overcome the odds? Like, a lot of people aren't really giving them the respect that they deserve. And man, oh man, if they do this, if they win this could really mean a lot for the side of Blue Fire.
Just 1 point.
Just 1 point.
1 point away.
To take them to 2 points.
Yeah. Take them to 3 points, actually, for BSB.
Your team
for Blue Fire.
Yeah, actually, for Blue Fire,
if they can win this,
another point. Yeah.
It's gonna bring them to 2 points.
2 points max. 2 points max.
If they win the next game, it could bring them to 3 points.
They need to breathe. They need to breathe.
2 points is better than no points.
Yes. Yes. And now they're having problems talking to each other. Team Blue Fire banning the Kufra. BSB banning the Selena and the Hilda. So now Blue Fire going for another Uranus. Yuzong is open, Butters. Are we gonna see it?
If BSB just lets it go, this could be the thing that BSB needs. If Yuzhong is picked here for the side of Blue Fire, then that only means BSB cannot utilize that certain Farsa pick anymore, and they don't give out that Khalid. So there are a lot of things going on here for the side of Blue Fire. There's a Yuzhong, there's a Farsa. There's a lot of heroes, there's a Tams as well. So they can just go for those heroes.
Yeah. What is the opening? So, okay, the Tams, like what you've said, I agree with you, man. Oh, no. Blue Fire is actually taking their time in the first pick.
They can take the Yuzhong if they want.
Yeah. I think the Yuzhong is safe.
But if they don't pick the Yuzhong, can they take the Farsa? But then again,
but they used the Farsa earlier and it was not effective.
I mean, it's still a good hero.
Yeah, at least.
And they go for the Yuzhong.
The dragon.
So that means BSB has free reign over the Thams and the Cho, or the Farsa Cho, or the Thams Farsa.
That's the only combo now.
That's the only.
That's the only combo. That's a trend.
I mean, with
that's
Wilson,
the
with Wilson's
obvious.
performance
Yeah.
on the Thams, game number 1, give it to the guy.
It's the obvious way
Or
to
they
pick.
can go for a Roger if they
But
want
you
to.
know what? With the Yuzong right now for Team Blue Fire, BSB, I think the Yuzong, the Tams is gonna have a hard time. Because unlike game number 1, the Tams was up against Agatot Kacha.
You know what? I actually forgot that BSB doesn't really play around the
Cho.
Forza that much.
Yeah.
And look at what they did. They really like the Valor. So meaning, Secret here has his hand on that Yuzhong. It's probably gonna go to Limbs.
Yeah.
And when he goes in and he drops down from that dragon form, you can expect Yuzhong to just get bursted down just because of Trevor.
Yeah, he will just push him out, use the bursting fireball combo. Plus, man, if you're gonna go up against a Tams and a Valier early game, expect a lot of damage, even without their ultimates. That is what you like about the Valier. When he's level 2, actually when he's level 1, he can actually go for the first blood.
And you know what? An interesting fact here for Valier is he has more losses than wins. And his win rate is at 35%.
Wow. Okay.
So, there's this thing about this Valor that he really is, if he's put in a very capable, the capable hands of a support, let's say Trevor and the others.
It can be dominant, but it's easy to counter because it only has that ultimate for protection. That's why I think the flame shot is perfect, but you use it not to last hit, not to damage, but to push back enemies. So sometimes I think, wow, what? 2 mages are now up for BSB. Is this a main mage Kagura, Butters?
Yes, it is. It's gonna be, I think it's going to be still a side lane. It's gonna be put on the hands of not Cap 1, but probably on Ana. It could be. Because the thing is, Manjin, there's a lapse in the BSB draft for the first 2 picks. Yes, they go for the Valor and the Thams.
The Thams?
Those are their comfort picks. They really like that. But what do you do with the Farsa? You don't have reach with the Farsa.
Yeah, so you counter it. You pick the Kagura.
And you don't. It doesn't really make sense if you get the Farsa in front of a Yuzhong, because the Yuzhong can break to the back lines, just take down a Farsa if he wanted to. And that is one of the direct counters for a Farsa. It's going to be a Yuzhong. So what they did was, okay, BSB, they pick up the Trevor Valor and they go for a core Kagura. I mean, it has enough damage, and if it can control this Yuzhong, it's gonna control the Yuzhong, and it's gonna control that Farsa as well.
A Kagura side lane. Another mage side lane for the side of BSB. Speaking of cores, 2 cores are now banned, are being prioritized by both of these teams. Blue Fire though, what is their main pick? Because the true hero is now gone. Are they going for the Harriet or are they going for the Claude? Because the 3 main hyper carries that are main assassins are banned. Well, you still have the Yishun Shin. Okay.
Yeah. Still have the Yishun Shin, but if Blue Fire gets it, then that only means BSB here is giving hold to the Yuzhong, the Farsa, and the Yishun Shin, probably the 3 best heroes of the meta.
Yeah.
To the side of Blue Fire. So Roger is the one that they ban out. They know that the Yishun Shin has a problem with the Kagura as well. Because the thing about Yishun Shin is he only has 1 dash. He's not as annoying as the other hyper carries.
Other upper carries. But that dash, the cooldown of that resets though. But you really need to put in damage for it to reset. For it to lower,
so
for
that
it
means
to have the maximum uptime.
So that means you need to put yourself in danger before you can use it again.
Yeah. You need to really put in damage. That's why Yishun Shin players want to burst. They don't want prolonged team fights.
Yes, that's true.
Unlike Ling, unlike Roger, unlike the Hayabusa, the Claude. Yishun Shin, they want to burst and then out, and then hope for the best that you can burst again.
And yeah, it's noticeable on the kit. Like,
Yeah.
you can poke them if it deals good damage. You can just Mountain Shocker and just try to burst them down at that point on. And you were right, man, Gene. It's going to be Blue Fire with the Claude and the Akai. So they are gonna put their money on Chu here to use that Claude. And Chu, he looks really happy with this Claude pick.
Yeah, this is best pick. Speaking of best pick, Fuzaken signature hero is back. The Akai, yeah, like what you've said, Butters. But man, given the situation, even though I think it's a fair draft, given the momentum, Blue Fire, man, it's sad that I'm gonna say this. I'm sorry if I'm gonna say this, but I think BSB will still take the victory.
I mean, it's too early to say. It all depends on how BSB controls the early game. Because the thing about it is, this is still a Claude.
Yeah.
In terms of dealing damage, if a Claude gets his item first, then that only means that the dash coming out from Drix will be a non-factor. Because that's the thing about Claude. Claude for the longest times has the biggest AoE damage circle for a marksman.
Yeah.
So you really have to look out for that.
Plus, there are 3 squishy heroes for the Claude to target. The Kagura, the Valier, and the Yishun Shin. The Claude can dodge out Kagura's skills if he has the right stacks. Even the Valier. So yeah, I think all are in the hands of Chu right now to take this to the late game. But I'm a guy that believes in momentum. So BSB, I'm still gonna give them the game. I think it's a 2-0.
It's all about the control. I do agree with Manjin. There are a lot of factors to take in before we actually put our predictions in. But you know what? Blue Fire here, this is the prime time for them to actually just get another win. Take this to game number 3. They've been in a drought for so long.
Yeah.
Ever since that Onic win, they could not get themselves to win another game in the MPL. So right now, this is the proper time for them to do this.
We shall see, Butters, because we're now entering the game. Yishun Shin going to the mid lane, of course, with the Atlas and the Valier, as Secret is here in the bottom side. Looking at the talents now, the battle spells, Butters. 2 Purifies for BSB, plus Flickers. And now, there you go, team fight immediately going in favor of BSB.
You know what? Chew all that retribution. It actually puts me in a way in which I don't know.
Yeah, because
it puts Cap 1 in a prime position to just control him.
Yeah. And man, with the HPs now low for the side of BSB. Nice flank from the Tams too. Oh no! Is this the beginning of the end, Butters? Blue Fire should have been prepared for that steal, but they risked everything to get that purple. And the Claude right now, even though he has the retribution, he loses his purple buff.
Man, oh
Look
man.
at this, Gillette instant replay.
Look at the way how they dealt with this. Look at the pathing that Thams had. That went under the radar.
Yeah.
And that was the only reason that they got called out.
I think even us, we were we
were
shocked.
It was under the radar, and everything that Thams lost at that certain invade that he did, he went under the radar. He went there at a very early
Sneaky
time.
Yeah.
It paid off because he got 2 kills.
Yeah.
He got 1 kill rather.
Yeah.
And he got the XP. He's at level 4 right now. And look at Limbs.
Yeah.
Getting hit by that arrow.
Level 4 with a sneaky play from Wilson, just like a fox. 2 minutes in. And man, BSB, they're just burning the house down. Instant 2K gold lead plus perfect match low. Another stun with a bursting fireball. There you go.
If you
Oh
cannot
my.
protect your Claude right now, you are going to have a lot of problems. Fuzaken can only do so much. That is the Akai.
Yes.
Blender 1000 pounder. Without your ultimate, you cannot save your Claude like that. And
Yes.
that is one of the things why Akai isn't really that hot in terms of the meta.
Yeah. You want it at level 2, not at level 1.
You don't really want those slow starts.
Yeah.
You want a hero that has something to offer
Yeah.
at level 1.
Like that's why the Valier is there, the Farsa is also there. The Lu Yi can also be an option. But okay, there you go, a revenge kill from Kipzu. I like it. And this time Chu will last hit the purple. So with the game resetting, Blue Fire also needs to reset.
And Drix right here with the Mountain Shocker, it just puts them on notice. Chu just uses the Blazing Duet, not wanting to deal with that with the aggression that BSB can take. Because if they set themselves up properly for that orange buff, then that means Drix won't really go for the invade at that point in time.
Yeah. I still favor the Claude late game against a Yishun Shindu, though. Because Claude can go in. Yishun Shin doesn't want heroes in front of him that can maneuver themselves. Because you want maximum uptime of your crits if you are Yishun Shin. So this is still a game to take for the Cyber Blue Fire. But look at Kripsu. Falling low, that is the Black Dragon. Art of TV coming in with slow. Anna with the pushback of the Flame Shot, surviving the potential death.
Game Sense using all of the Kagura's movement or mobility to get away from that assault on Anna. So Secret there really wanted to get the kill. If he had to execute at that moment in time, that could have been great.
Yep.
You know what? You can't really have all the nice things in one go.
At least you have to... They got the tower.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
So, space coming in for Blue Fire. And mirroring, actually, the map control. But then again, this is an Atlas we're talking about. So, here you go. Relentless Pursuit from BSP.
You really have to give Wilson a lot of props here. He's finding ways to catch Blue Fire off guard.
Yeah, every time. He is using the TAM so well. And this time, will he get the purple buff though? As that is the Fatal Hits on 2-2 plus another kick. But the Joe will also fall down. Atlas as well. They will reset the purple, but 2 heroes are now gone for each of the team. And for 8, Drix coming in and stealing the purple.
Okay, Wilson, they got it. Wilson got it. Wilson got the purple. Drix is really... As long as it doesn't go to Chu.
That's the main plan.
That's the main plan. And looking at how these teams understand the meta right now, it's safe to say that this is the invade meta.
Still.
Whoever invades first, whoever has control over the
buffs.
buff, it really just shows that you are putting that certain hyper carry in a bad spot.
Pressuring them out, especially if that hyper carry doesn't get the damage that he needs. Because there are some hyper carries that are okay without the purple buff. For example, the Yishun Shin.
Yeah.
He's fine without it. Because what you want is you just normal hit, right? You don't really like dash in to get the extra proc, right? So I think it's fine. There's some hyper carries that's okay, that it's okay. That's gonna be fine with an orange buff only. But man, the Claude, he needs it.
Yeah.
He definitely needs it. Unless late game. Unless he goes for the Demon Shoes, it's okay. But the cooldown from the purple, it gives you so much from that Art of Thievery.
You know what? Blue Fire here is still... They still don't know what's happening right now for this team. And they have a chance to turn this around. But you know what, Manjin? This is really just going to be a battle of attrition. The first one who makes a mistake, the first one who gets impatient, will have a hard time coping up. Because The thing is, I'm pretty sure that Blue Fire at this point, they can still have that moment of brilliance. That they can just snap, everyone goes into the zone, and that's their formula to win.
Yeah, they can channel their inner Super Saiyan and go Super Saiyan Blue. Right? That's why they're Blue Fire.
That's why they're Blue Fire. And remember, at times there's this trope in certain shows that the protagonist gets beaten in the early stages.
Yeah. Gets beaten first.
Gets beaten
and then
first,
eventually win.
Then eventually wins.
Best example is Snow White, right?
All right. Sure.
Right? Yeah.
Sure.
Because she got beaten first.
Yeah.
And then she won.
And then she won.
Yeah.
She won.
Best example.
That
Best
is true.
example.
That is true.
Yeah.
So Fuzak is here getting caught out. Okay, he's gonna use the 1,000-pounder. Perfect for a face check. Wilson is a target of Limbs. Limbs, can he get the kick? He kicks him.
Oh man.
Just to get away.
To get away. That's bad news. If you do that, it means that they know that you don't have an ultimate now. Oh my. BSB dominating this topic. Wilson, man. He knows the times perfectly.
Oh man. This is going to be hard for the side of Blue Fire, but who knows? A miracle play can just happen out of nowhere. I mean, it happened for execution.
There is still there is always a probability of a percentage, right? Of a 1%. But it's so hard to say. I agree with you. There you go. Another invade for Team BSB. Who's gonna get it? It's going to be BSB.
It's going to be Fuzakin who's gonna get slammed. Another basketball game.
Yeah. And the Dragon just forcing this out. Nice counter kill from Secret. But the Octopus is a better species. So, 3 heroes against 1? Not bad.
You know what? Just seeing how BSB here controls the map. They're trying to jungle choke Blue Fire in a way that Chu doesn't have enough space to farm. Look at Chu even using the Blazing Duet to get away.
Yeah.
And this is really bad if you're on the side of Blue Fire. Okay, so what are the redeeming factors here for the side of Blue Fire? I'm actually seeing two things. Chu has retribution, so they can go for the Lord Steals. Lord Steals will put them in a spot that they can,
somehow delay
the
victory.
push.
Yeah.
And this is a Claude. Claude is still a late game hero.
Yeah, and the Claude, if you give him the opportunity to push, he's like a Kimmy. The double attack from Dexter. It's good. It's good against towers.
I mean, not as strong as the other iterations of this hero, but he gets kicked, and that was a bit of a fatal mistake coming out here from Trevor.
From Valir, yeah.
He used his ultimate. He didn't have the Purify. Lim saw that. He went for the kick.
Nice pick-off though for Team Blue Fire. Fatal pick-off. But what can they make out of it, Butters?
Let's see. They can still go out of the map. And with this, Trevor will be up at the same time that the Lord goes up.
Yeah.
They are now up, and let's see if Blue Fire will contest. They have the Forza, they have the Akai.
It's gonna be difficult for them to contest the Lord because all of the lanes are pushed. Plus, there are still towers in the mid lane. That's why there's no opening for the side of Blue Fire. And then again, BSB, they're really forcing Blue Fire, choking them from their purple buff.
And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone is just set up on that bottom area of the map.
Yeah, because they want the Lord.
Yes. And right now, if you notice, Blue Fire is really trying.
Right now, yeah.
Blue Fire is really trying to just get this Lord, but they're not really in setup. They don't really have that potential right now.
Because what is their initiation? Their initiation is the hardest initiation right now. The Hurricane Dance initiation.
Yeah.
That's 50-50.
You know what? Secret here could be their last lifeline. Like seeing Secret, he still has a good performance. 3-3-1.
Yeah.
Considering the Valor is there. You have that cap on there as well. Wilson?
But Wilson survives. Oh no. That could probably be it. But again, with the amount of lifesteal that Wilson has right now, 9,200 gold in his pockets, you can't really burst him down that quickly. And now Team BSB going in, marching to the mid lane. Fusaken getting caught. Oh no! BSB!
Oh my goodness.
Is this the first BSB 2-0 victory? And now...
And they're actually mashing.
They're mashing towards the base. And they're wreaking havoc towards the base. Killing spree. BSB for the first time in forever. But wait! There's more! Still, Crypto and
Look at
company trying their best. No, we don't want to give you 3 points. But Wilson says, no also. Wilson, there, can you end it? Can you give your team 3 points? There you go!
And they get the 3 points. They get the series win. BSB, it was a tough road to get here, but they got their first series win. And that will give them the certain amount of confidence that they need to have during week number 5.
Halfway there, and they got what they wanted. That will give them 3 points, and it means that they're up 6 now. Against Signal Ultra, who is, I think, 7. Props to BSB, but also mad props to Team Blue Fire for putting up a good fight.
I think for BSB here, congratulations to them. At least they got their first series win. But for the side of Blue Fire, I'm actually thinking that week number 5 is critical for their side.
Yeah, because if you lose at game number 5,
at week number
that's
5,
probably GG. It's probably over.
At week number 5, that's the time where a lot of teams, you know, get scaled or get bursted down in terms of points.
Yeah.
Like, you can set up points by the time week 1 to week 4. It's okay to lose at those points because you know that you have a redo.
Yeah.
But for week number 5, if you lose, that's probably going to be your last game against your bracket or your last game against the ones that you're going to face on Group A. So, a lot of things are happening, and you know what, Blue Fire, if you need to figure something out, figure it out right now.
Yes. Keep your heads up, Blue
Keep your
Fire.
heads up, yeah.
By the way, we need to also throw it to our resident analyst, Rockhart. The floor is yours.
To break down what happened there, decision making, and the draft that happened between BSB and Blue Fire. Let's go into the itemization right away, because I feel like we have a lot to discuss, especially here. And yung draft, I think the draft is very important. Having Trevor here, ito second pick na Valir. Second pick na Valir was a direct counter to a lot of the heroes of Blue Fire. I mean, I know we're talking about, yeah, actually, nakapagtaka. Why would you pick the Valir over the Farsa? And that is the answer right there. And it did work very well. There were times na nahuli si Trevor, pero in the end, overall, you would say that the Valir really did its job. And Trevor actually would be MVP for me if that were the case. And Ana, pambomba na Kagura ang ginamit niya dito sa labanan na to with Wilson, taga-ubos ng maps ng kalaban. I would say that's very good, except yung unang turtle siya din nakuha. So medyo napa question mark si Drix doon. Pero it worked out well. Nagamit pa rin naman. And on the post-match data, you can really tell yung damage output ni Drix. Boom! 15k to tower and 63k to heroes. Same with Wilson there, doing their very best to get this very good stat line. 591-310. Grabe yun. Amount of towers destroyed, turtles, and lords. Definitely worked out well for BSB here in this one. And I would say na sayang din kung, I mean, this lineup really looked like it's a great pickup lineup. And ang problema din dito is Chu on this Chu on this Claude really did not get the start na gusto sana niya. Even though naka-retry siya, the farm was super duper slow. To be honest, I like what Blue Fire did. Yung first pick na Yuzhong, that was good. they did what I said after the first game. Why don't you give Chu a carry and then give someone else another carry role? They did it. They have a Yuzhong that can really do a lot of damage, pero definitely was not enough to stop the rampage of BSB with their top killers, Ana and Drix, and their lineup as well. Very good support from Trevor, Cap1, and Wilson. So, overall, I would say that that was exactly the way you should have played it. Let's go into the highlights to see the exact way that these were played here. And you will definitely see that the early game looked like pangmamaan talaga with the help of the Atlas as well. And as you can see talaga, sobrang wala silang masagot. Walang masagot ang Blue Fire in these specific moments. And the very important thing to note here is that overall, sobrang linis si Drix. Si Drix walang pumapansin na naman. Very similar to what happened on the first game. He was doing everything he wanted. If you were following Drix on that replay, you would know what I'm talking about. Secret though, good effort from Secret on this Yuzhong sa totoo lang, because he really was trying to carry at this point. Pero 8 minutes in the game, you were down by so much gold. That was all there is to it. And again, congratulations, Drix again with the MVP. That is 2 straight MVPs for this game with 4-0-6 and 63,000 damage dealt to heroes. And what was the win condition for Drix? Just stay alive, and just do your very best to get the buffs, anti-buffs. And that's it. That was what happened there for Drix. And again, congratulations to BSB for their 2-0. I'm very excited kasi pati sila Shinbu na-excite dito sa magiging interview natin with Drix. Apparently from BSB, first time onto the interview panel. Let's welcome BSB's Drix. Kamusta naman, Drix? Welcome to the interview panel. How are you feeling after that 2-0?
Sa ano lang po, okay lang. Magaan sa pakiramdam dahil na-score na kami.
Yun, syempre.
Unang points namin.
Oh, congratulations on the first win. Plus 2-0 pa, di ba? That is very impressive. And eto naman, how does it feel to be the top scorer, the top kill scorer sa MPL? Katabi nila Carl TZ, katabi nila H2O, and all the top guys. Ano naman ang feeling mo doon?
Sa akin, di ko po nawalain na ganun na ano. Basta binibigay ko lang lagi yung best ko para sa team.
Yan.
Tapos nagulat na lang ako na kasama ako sa dun. Sa kids.
Hindi mo alam na nakadami mo na palang kills.
di po.
Anyway,
Bibigay ko lang lagi kada naglalaro po ako po.
They were losing a lot of games, pero like we keep saying, lumalamang naman talaga kayo sa una eh. And that was very impressive that you get a lot of 2-1, 1-2 victories. So madami pa rin kayong games. That's probably why. And I think, what about yung transition between Shider QT? Was Shider QT very instrumental pa rin in keeping your hopes up? I feel like the overall nakita namin sa bootcamp medyo negative eh. Kamusta naman ang atmosphere dyan sa bootcamp ngayon?
Sa amin, okay naman po. Pinag-uusapan naman namin kung may a-adjust kaming bago o kaya pinapractice namin ng isang linggo para pagdating ng laban, bigay todo talaga.
Maraming adjustments na naganap, and definitely it showed na meron naman talagang pinalabasan. Finally, any big shoutouts mula sa'yo para sa BSB fans? Go ahead.
Shoutout kay Ana. Susuntuin daw pag di sinoutout. Sa kay Coach Klos, na coach namin. Sa kay Boss Nick. Tapos sa mga team ko, kay Boyet, nagda-drop. Sa kay Trevor, na balir lang alam. Sa si Wilson, kay Wilson Bagaryawa. And lang po.
Ninakawan kayo kanina ng turtle eh. So congratulations kila Drix, and thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you guys next week. Sorry?
Shoutout din kay Shider.
Oh, Shider, no? Lupit.
Sa mahabang pasensya niya.
Thank you so much. That is Drix from BSB. Thank you sa pagpapaunlak sa interview na to. That was Drix. Halatang halata naman that they are having a lot of fun now on the bootcamp. And I hope you guys are also going to have a lot of fun getting these giveaway codes on the bottom of your screens. Go to the website for Mobile Legends, web.mobilelegends.com yata yun, if I'm correct. Sana tama. And then claim those redeem codes para naman magamit nyo. Makakuha na kayo ng mga fragments, ng emblems, token, and skins probably for your adventures in the Land of Dawn. That's 2. Another one is just popping out right now. Go ahead and grab those for your adventures. And never forget, we also have a mythical raffle draw that's happening right now. Every week, we will be choosing a winner, 5 winners of 5 skins each. Na napakalupit naman, di ba? And syempre sa dulong-dulo, we do have that super duper mega awesome mythical raffle draw that's happening. As long as you participate in at least 5 mythical raffle draws every week, you'll get an opportunity to get included in that. So far, congratulations sa BSB. I'm very happy to see another team passing through, and they are definitely starting to look like a competitive team here in the MPL. And what I want to ask you guys is, syempre, are you guys ready for the next one? It's gonna be the last one later on. Pero bagong lahat, big thank you to our sponsors, our official telco partner, Smart. Witness your favorite teams battle it out and apply the gameplays with your squads as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new Smart app and choose free games. Our official sponsors, Realme. For all of your smartphone gaming needs, Realme has got you covered with the Realme 6 series. Ultra smooth display na, fast charging pa, powerful processors din. And we have official sponsor Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack na gamit nila Shinbu at nila Wolf in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 5% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until September 15. Our partner in eSports, TikTok Live. Search MLBB in TikTok for a chance to win some legendary prizes from TikTok while watching the MLBB on your app, TikTok Live. And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. All of this is powered by Moonton. And big shout out to everyone who are watching this series. We have one more in store for you before we close out. Game Day Sunday. It will be one to watch out for. Of course, I am your resident analyst, Rockhart. Watch out for these Realme top 5 plays before we head into the next one. See you guys in a bit.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple eh? Smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Hi guys, I'm Shibuya the One for an Eye and welcome to the second episode ng ating Fan Talk. This time with Keeping Up with the Loadies. Ang title natin, no? So yun na nga, mga idols yung kasama natin dito, mga kaibigan. Of course, pinapaunlakan tayo ni Paring Chakyu mula sa Execration Wise, of course, of Onic, and of course, Zapnu from Execration din, and sa mga pinakabagong member, mga kaibigan, ng Onic eSports would be Basic. Ladies and gentlemen, so on my first question, no? Unahin na kita, Zap, sa totoo lang. What it's like to become a celebrity?
Dati kasi, syempre, pili yung mga galaw ko eh. Pero ngayon,
kailangan kontrolado na, no?
Kontrolado na yun.
You guys have become the faces of MPL-PH. Pero not just MPL-PH, pero ng mobile gaming industry. With regards to a lot of games in mobile, no? Bakit ML?
Pili ko kasi, kahit saan pwede kong maglaro.
Ngayon ba naglalaro ka pa rin sa PC?
Hindi dahil sa ML.
Dahil sa ML. Mas okay yung mobile gaming talaga. What is it na meron yung MLBB na wala yung iba?
Yung sa Pinas siguro yun sa community. Sobrang sikat niya talaga eh. Parang kahit yung lolo mo, kaya yan siguro talaga. Ibig sabihin lang nun, madali siyang laruin talaga.
Can you like share me a weird interaction with the fans, no? Like any moment na parang may fan na lumapit sa'yo?
Yeah, siguro nung nasa Malaysia.
Okay.
Nung M1.
Okay.
Like, galing sa likod may pala tumatakot, hindi ko nangyayakap. Pero nagulat lang ako.
Anong yakap?
Nagulat ako, akala ko nakakilala ako. Kasi na-weird lang ako kasi parang first time may nakagawa na, tapos nagpa-picture.
Ikaw, Zap, ang dami mong fans. Alam mo yan, ang dami mo siguro experience with this.
Yung season 1, siguro season 1. May fans din na parang siguro nasigaw, yung may pinapakita siyang picture.
Okay.
Sa akin, hindi siya, yung picture kasi medyo SPG na picture. Yung siguro nasigaw, syempre na habang hindi pa nag-start yung game.
SPG yung picture.
Sa
Okay. Ikaw, Paring Wise.
Walang weird eh, pero parang di lang ako sanay na yung kunyari pagtas ng game namin, di ba? Tapos parang biglang may magpapa-video greet ganon. Para sa akin, ang weird nun kasi hindi ako sanay sa ganon eh.
Ikaw, Paring Chakyu. Aside from your interviews, no, ano siguro yung parang mga weird interactions mo pa with a fan?
Kung kumain ako sa mga inasal. Tapos, nagpa-picture lahat ng anong tawag dun sa?
Yung crew na may inasal.
Mga sila, 10-15.
Ano yung naramdaman mo nun? I mean, what did you feel? Nakakaya, no? Yeah. Feeling ko kasi naging sikat kayo bago nyo pa nalaman eh. So gusto namin malaman, parang kailan yung time na parang palagay nyo, nag-spark yung kasikatan nyo, yung popularity nyo?
Siguro, dalawang part. Nung una siguro, nung nasa Ghost ako, tapos nag-4v5 kami sa qualifiers para sa M1.
That moment, no?
That moment.
Okay.
Tapos, yung pagpasok ko sa MPL.
What about you, Zap?
Siguro nung nagtapuan ako sa Global. Tapos nagtapuan ako sa Assassin doon, mga Assassin. Kasi Assassin yung sila ako nung nakalala. Tapos, nung nalaman ko talaga na medyo famous na yung ganun. Nung nagkaroon na kami sa stage ng MPL Season 1, grabe yung supporta nila.
What about you, Wise?
Feeling ko yung yung MPL Season 5 lang. Saka nung sa Season 5, parang feeling ko napatunayan na namin na hindi kami tsamba.
Magaling talaga.
Talagang worth it kami sa spot na to.
Oo.
Tapos yun.
And how is your relationship with your fans? No? And I think it's more on the positive side naman. So all I want, pwede nyo na rin silang pasalamatan or message for them. Lalo pa kaming in this Season 6.
Salamat sa pagsuporta guys sa akin. So, gagalingan ko pa. Gagalingan pa.
Nice. Yung sa mga stream ko, may mga talaga. May mga kilala ka na nandun lagi pag stream mo, gano'n. Thank you sa mga taong
Ganun ka-solid, no?
Ganun ka-solid. Pati yung mga nagsisend ng stars. Thank you. Sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa MPL Season 6.
Ikaw, Zap?
Yun, sa akin, nandun eh. Alam niyo naman yun, simula Season 1 hanggang Season 6. Nandiyan pa rin kayo, syempre. Maraming salamat sa support.
What about you, Basic? Para sa mga fans mo?
Masaya, tapos kulitan, gano'n. Lalo na yung mga nag-stay from, yung mga fans ko ng US, hanggang ngayon nanonood pa din.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the conclusion of the second episode ng ating Fan Talk titled Keeping Up with the Loddies. Maraming salamat sa mga players and teams na syempre sumama dito sa ating interview at sa mga fans nila. I am Shibu with a 1 for an I at kita-kita tayo sa MPL-PH Season 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, let's get ready to rule. It's time for the main event. Manjin Paldas and Butters are your anchor and analysts for the final match of the MPL Season 6 Week number 4, Blacklist versus Onic PH. But before we head on to that, let us, of course, give thanks to our official tournament telco partner. We have Smart. Witness your favorite teams battle it out and apply the gameplays with your squad as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook gaming for 7 days. Simply download the Smart app and choose free games. Official sponsor, Realme. For all your smartphone gaming needs, Realme has got you covered with the Realme 6 series with an ultra smooth display, fast charging, and of course, powerful processors. Official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
We also have our partner in esports, PayMaya.
Whoa!
Get 5% balikbayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until September 15. Partner in esports, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok and watch legendary videos. I repeat, search MLBB on TikTok and watch legendary videos. We do have our official
gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro and powered by Moonton Butters. Probably the most interesting matchup that we're going to see for week number 4. Blacklist versus Onic PH. Man, both of these squads still are in the middle. Blacklist, I think, is at 3rd in their bracket. So as Onic PH.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup because the thing is, Onic has been on a roll ever since Season 4. Blacklist International, this is the time, I think it's the ripest time for them, the prime time for them to actually make something happen.
Let's meet them.
Matagal ko siya nakakasama tapos alam niya ako paano maglaro tapos mas nagkakaintindihan kami.
Gusto ko rin yung pagiging positive vibes niya lang. Hindi siya toxic.
Mahilig po makipag-share ng pagkain tsaka mabait.
Pag naglo-loster kami sa rank game, nagti-TikTok na lang kami.
Natatalo kami, lalo na sa mga tournament. Sini-cheer up ko yung team. Nagkakaroon kami ng open forum. Sa team captain, kailangan sa'yo magsimula yung positive na aura. Mas maganda yung maglaro ng enjoy lang kayo, positive lang kayo sa lahat. From lower bracket, ginapang namin. Nakarating kami ng top 4, tinalo namin yung execration.
Positivity and TikTok is the strategy for Dexstar. No, I'm kidding. Dexstar, Killer, Full Clip, Aqua, and Edward. And yeah, Eason as well. And man, actually Blacklist International, they won their match yesterday. And that's interesting because with that momentum that they have, it's actually the same with Onic PH. I think both of them got to 1.
Yep, and one of the interesting things here for Blacklist International Manjin is they're the ones who probably made the best off-season choice.
Yeah.
To get Full Clip, to get Eson, and surprisingly, they are getting more success.
Yeah.
With Killer on the 6th man slot. I mean, that is a huge pill to take for Killer, but he took it, and it's working wonders for his team. But right now, Manjin, you really have to think. Killer has been with the team. Killer has been with Dexstar.
All throughout
Season 2 up until Season 6.
Yeah.
What are the things that a Killer can actually do to make things easier for
Killer,
his team?
Killer actually manning up to the responsibility of adjusting.
Yeah.
Right? And letting Eson, the veteran one, be part of the main 5. Plus again, Full Clip man, high KDA rate. there's a lot of potential coming out from this kid. Yeah. By the way, again, another 2-1. Let's meet Onic PH.
Kaya siya yung pinili ko kasi gusto ko siya gabayan hanggang sa maging mature siya sa pagdidesisyon niya sa buhay, sa team.
So, siya yung pinakamatagal ko nang kakilala, siya yung pinaka-close ko, and also siya yung pinaka-maasahan ko sa lahat.
Bilang kuya, lagi ko sinasabi sa akin, lalo pag in games, kalma lang sila and huminga lang sila palagi. Lalo na kapag crucial yung game or nape-pressure na kami sa game.
Hinahandle namin yung internal conflicts namin sa Onic PH with the help of our management. We always believe that communication yung susi para masolusyonan lahat ng internal problems.
Kasi may mga tao dyan na gustong-gusto makarating ng finals. Pero yun, nagawa namin yan ng 2 sunod.
Onic PH communication, they said, is their key in solving their conflicts. Oh my Venus, Wise, Iak, Noodlar, J, and Basic still with this persona of having an activatable 6-man roster. The question is, Butters, is their off-season decision better than Blacklist International?
I mean, we haven't really seen it in a way that it for multiple games. I just feel that the sample size is actually a bit low. It's just one series. But then again, Basic here, he is really capable of doing things for his team in terms of being an assassin.
Yeah.
So there is a difference between Wise. There's a difference between Wise and Basic, and I like that sweet spot there. That if you ever need assassins to actually thrive on the side of Onic, you can go for Basic. If you want the marksman to be good, then that means Wise is going to be your go-to guy.
I get what you're saying. If you want to play aggressive, go for Basic. If you want to be passive and you want safetiness, go for Wise. Yeah, I like it. Question here though, both of these guys with different approaches on their off-season decision. 2 core setup, but one is a 6-man. But you're actually a coach in your past career, right? For a team in games as well. How do you actually determine a 6-man for your team? I'm curious.
It's all about on how different the teams you're gonna face. Let's say this team A is doing all this stuff. They're being aggressive, but once they get controlled, it is going to be all you. Then that means I'm gonna go for the passive one, the bit that actually calms down the team. That he won't really go for the engage as long as it's not really the right time for them to engage. But if the team is a bit passive and they actually lose to very high speed run and gun lineups, then I'd go for the more aggressive player.
It really depends on the enemies too, right? It really
depends on the enemies.
On your opponent. As we are looking at the head-to-head matchup, Onic PH having more games played, but in terms of unique heroes picked, both are the same, 30 and 30. But looking at the objectives here, man, Blacklist International are the ones on top.
Well, if you would look at it, Manjin, like the main idea here for these two teams is to just get the early game. They really like to control the map as much as possible. And Blacklist International, they showed us that certain setup when they faced their previous enemy.
Yeah.
Now, this is a very interesting matchup. Full Clip and Wise. Full Clip here is enabled by his teammates.
Yeah.
He is a assassin extraordinaire, if
Yeah.
I do say so myself. But then again, that's the key word for these two players. Activation. If Full Clip gets activated by Dexter and Eson, just by their support play, then Wise is given time to activate. by Dilar and Ayakno as well.
Yeah, both are, of course, great carries as well for their team. Full Clip proving to us that he is the first candidate for Rookie of the Season. And he's up against a veteran that when he was also a rookie, dominated everyone, right? Remember Season 4? And then everyone just went out and bandwagoned on Wise carry role. And when this is interesting, why?
And if you think about it, Wise didn't really start as a hyper carry. Wise started as a mage.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it was actually Ayakno was the
Was the main hyper carry.
the main hyper carry back then, way back Season 4 when there was no funnel setup for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But you know what? Given the time here that we can actually compare these two players, I would really like to see this certain interesting matchup between Aqua and Edward versus Dilar and Ayakno. I just feel that these 4 players are going to make a lot of difference for both teams. And whoever just falls down on that lane, whoever gives their lane easier, is going to lose. That's how important those matchups are.
Fascinating point, Butters. Side lanes, the side lane duos, rather than the support duos. Because, yeah, I get your point. Because both of Edward and Aqua and Lar and Ayakno, they kind of play similarly, right? But with the supports you're having on the Onic and on Blacklist, it's different because I think for the side of Blacklist, what they tend to do, what they choose to pick are supports that are passive and that are healers, right? Defensive supports. Meanwhile, for the side of Onic PH, sometimes they do aggressive supports for the mages, right?
And look at Edward. He's actually doing a TikTok move right
Once again, condolences to the family of Edward. I think that happened last week. And I think I'm happy for him, seeing him right now just doing doing the TikTok moves.
It's one of the things that you really have to look out for, how professional our players are. Because the thing is, it's really hard to put your head into the game if something
happens to you internally.
Something personal bad happens to you for that certain moment. So right now, Edward is holding on. He's trying to do his best, just play his art out and just, be the best side lane for his team.
He could actually use it, right? He could actually use it to his momentum for him to force out that feeling and to give everything to that game, right? He can actually pull that off.
That is actually a really hard skill to have.
Yeah,
like
that is it.
Turning something. I wouldn't really say that negative. I think it's negative in a way, but it's really hard. It's a skill for you to actually turn those things into positive things.
Yeah, you can. I get you, man. And again, condolences to the family, but I think Edward is in good shape right now.
Yeah,
and of course, Butters, they won yesterday against who? Execration, and that is one tough team to beat. Right now, Blacklist International opening up with a Digi ban, respecting Onic PH's decision last week to surprise everyone with this Digi.
Blacklist International, this is a very logical banning pattern. Like you wouldn't really want the other team to get the Uranus and the Selena as well. This is their certain drafting pattern that they have not changed ever since that execution match. For Onic PH, they don't like the Kufra. They do not like the Farsa. And I just feel that Oh My Venus is capable of playing this hero, but at the same time, it's not really his how do you say this, comfort pick?
Yeah.
As we've seen,
because I think he prefers the other supports.
Yeah, like a Sicilian, or an Estes, or a Rafaela,
probably a Cyclops. But I think they also respect the capabilities of Blacklist International to pull off these strong early game heroes like Farsa, Kufra, and the Thams. So, moving on, Blacklist International opening with the Yuzong. Okay, that's your Aqua Edward versus Iyaknu and Lar matchup. Butters, there you go.
Hilda is unleashed, and a lot of these teams will pick that Hilda as long as it's available.
Wow.
It's a really good hero for the early game, good invasion process, and good aggressive hero to just choose so that there is a lot of threat going to the side of Blacklist International. I'm actually surprised that Blacklist International didn't really get the Hilda, but still it's a Yuzhong. So you would actually have higher priority to Yuzhong than that Hilda.
Because I think this Hilda is also a flex pick for Onic PH, even though they also have another one, which is the Show. Jay can also pull this off. So these are two flexible heroes for Jay, and we still don't know where these two are going. So I think that's the main plan for Onic PH, just to convert their flexible picks into something. Because right now, Blacklist International opening up with a Yishun Shin full clip.
You know what? This is the first time I'm gonna talk about it. Yi Sun Shin is one of those heroes that took a U-turn. He got hit by a curveball in 2020, and he's literally one of the best heroes to pick right now.
Yeah.
Seeing from Season 1 to Season 5, he wasn't even touched.
Yeah.
Season 6 is the time where Yi Sun Shin actually rose up to the occasion.
Yeah, it's all because of the new passive, the Weapon Mastery. But there you go, Butters. Onic PH now picking the Cyclops. So it means that they have that late game capability of burning you down to the ground. Blacklist International taking their time for their next ban. This is interesting actually for Onic PH. This time they let Oh My Venus pick on the third slot.
Yeah, I think it's all about the capability here of the three heroes at the side of Blacklist International. And to be honest, this could be the three cores for Blacklist International. I mean, that Khalid can really be the tank or a support for the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah.
But you know, all is fair in love and war. It's a flexible pick. It's like the Hilda. They can use it. Even Iyakno on the show right now, this is a flex pick on the side of Onic PH.
Yeah.
So they don't really know where these certain heroes are going.
Yeah, so Onic PH playing mind games with Blacklist International in the draft as Blacklist International revealing their early strat. That is a good ban, actually, onto Wise, the Ling. But I think we're gonna get a surprise pick here for Onic. Xborg is open for Onic. For Blacklist this time, they need a support. And what is the Dexter hero? Valir, maybe?
You could go for the Valir. I think the Valir is a good check on that Hilda.
And the Cho.
So that they won't really, get the idea here of just going up to that buff that Blacklist International has. This is probably a tank and a support going to the side of Blacklist International now. And I wouldn't really be surprised if Blacklist International would just pick another surprise hero here on their side.
Yeah. Jawhead. That's a surprise. Because nobody really prioritize Jawhead anymore. But that is the Alice pick for Onic. So there you go, Butters. 3 flex. And Alice right now is, of course, going to the side lane. So who's going to be the support here? Is it the Hilda or the Cho?
It is probably going to be Iyaknu on Dilar or Iyaknu on the Cho. And Hilda will be the tank.
Hilda support, tank,
yeah,
and Cyclops. Meanwhile, Blacklist taking their time on the pick.
I think Valor is a good pick here for the side of Blacklist.
They're gonna go for the Valor.
Yeah.
There you go.
Valor. It makes a lot of sense to go for a Valor at this point. Like you have the Hilda and the Halis. You have Iyaknu there as well. So you're targeting a lot of these heroes. And to be honest, Cyclops is kind of countered for that Valor as long as he has the ultimate.
Yeah.
Because he can get away from that box.
And at the same time, Manjin, if you think about it, in terms of range, once that Valor uses that ultimate, he can reach that Cyclops easily.
Yeah, and even the Alice, it's the same range with the Alice flowing blood. So Hayabusa is the last one to be picked here by Onic PH. Don't want to go with the Roger. Just the Hayabusa. Perfect answer to the Yishon Shin. So, Butters, who got the better draft? I think Onic PH, yeah, it's a fair draft. It's 50-50. But the lineup is much easier to do for the side of Blacklist International.
Yes, that is actually true. Hayabusa here is one of those heroes that they don't have catch for it, but if it doesn't really position itself in the best spots, it can't really take down a lot of people here from the side of Blacklist International. The only targets that he can actually go for here in the early game to mid-game phase is going to be the Valor and the Yison Shin.
Yeah.
Then after that, if he gets the items, then probably Yuzhong and Khalid could be added to that certain circle as well. But it will take time for the Hayabusa to actually go online.
Yeah. I think it's the same time with the Yishon Shin as well. I think they have both the same tempos in terms of item pathing and getting the power spikes. But I don't know, man. Late game, look at the damage output of the Cyclops and the Alice. So I think late game I will give it to Onic. But early game, if Blacklist gets what they want, if they get what they want, they will take this one.
Yeah, I do agree as well. There is a lot of things going on for these two teams, but right now, the story will tell itself. So right now, Blacklist International versus Onic. Oh my Venus, Eson and Dexter here. They are just forcing it out with the range battle.
Interesting item openings for Onic PH, going in for the early boots. And man, look at this. Blacklist International, they want to play it 5-on-5 Royal Rumble, having the 5-man flicker.
And if you think about it, Jay is just gonna go for Dexter. And look at the aggression that Hilda can do in front of a Valor.
Yeah.
It's not the same amount of action that you see whenever there's no Valor in the game.
Yep, I agree with you, but that was so unfortunate for Wise. He was the one getting bursted down by the bursting fireball, and his HP went low. That's why Blacklist International went in.
Okay, so that was a great move coming out from Edward, going in to take that kill for Wise. Wise here doesn't really suffer that much just because they haven't really secured that purple buff for these two teams. So they can take it slowly but surely. At least Hayabusa here is kind of safe in the buff department. A bit delayed, but buff department is still up.
Yeah. But I think with the fact that Full Clip having the early mountain shocker, it will block Onyx aggression. You know that? Because, again, vision gives you information. So, with this, I think Blacklist International are still in control.
And look at Jay here. He's even trying to just contest everything that Blacklist International does. And what he's doing right now is he might not be able to bully people here from the side of Onic PH. For the side of Blacklist International, rather. But at least he's giving them information.
Yes. And what do you do with information? You utilize it and create something out of it, right? That's why Full Clip right now is going for the grab coin. Nice pickup coming in from Iyaknu. Finally, we now see Iyaknu again with one of his signature heroes, right?
And now, look at Edward. Look at the placement that Edward did there.
Wow.
That was perfect timing. If he didn't have the flicker, Dilar could have died there.
Oh, that was brilliant from Edward, right?
He really just put himself in a spot that, you know, he looked at the orb. He just went in there and used the ultimate to stop him at his track. And that was a 50-50. There was a time that Alice could not go there.
Yeah. But speaking of 50-50, two heroes, actually one hero will die in the hands of the combo of Eson and Dexter. There's a reason why they picked the flickers, ladies and gentlemen. Eson getting that nice setup. Meanwhile, Onic PH trying to neglect Blacklist from the turtle, but they cannot.
And look at that, Yaknu even joining the fray, but they aren't really gonna get anything out of that. And they actually wanted to contest, I feel, but for the side of Onic PH, they just head back. They know that they're in the late game for this. They want to take this late. Jay getting caught out.
Jay running away, but that is the Black Dragon proc king in the face of Jay. And Aqua going in for that free kill. Full Clip right now is in full force, especially having the turtle shield as well. Getting the Cyclops. Dude, Blacklist International dominating the first minutes of the fight.
You really have to give a lot of props in terms of Blacklist International and how they control the game. The communication between Eson, Dexstar, and Full Clip, they trust each other to make the right calls.
Yes.
And look at that certain amount of trigger on Eson just using that fatal links to catch Venus.
Just that's high play. That's high mechanics, ladies and gents. Raging Sandstorm, but that is the counter of the Star Power Lockdown from the Cyclops. Still, Onic PH, they will manage to defend this mid-tier tower, but is it enough though to stop the power spike of Full Clip?
Full Clip is going to be the man of the hour here. 3 levels ahead of Wise.
Yep.
Wise here needs to do something. Jay getting bursted down. Look at Flicker.
Wow.
They are just gonna utilize everything onto their arsenal.
Man, that was freestyle freestyle Atlas from Eson. And this time, they don't have enough damage to take Aqua away. Good thing for Aqua that those are minions units. And that is why Hayabusa hates units, because he can't use his ultimate. So that is a failed attempt from Onic, and this time Blacklist going in for the orange tape.
You know what? This is the first time we're seeing Onic PH just getting controlled like this.
Yeah.
This is very uncharacteristic. Dilar even forced to use the flicker out because he knows that he doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah.
Full Clip is at another level right now, 2 levels above. 2 levels above Wise.
Yep, and this is an aggressive Yishun Shin. Usually we are seeing Yishun Shin's players who just are in the back line and just hoping to get the burst. But this time, Full Clip is with his allies.
You know what? As a tank player myself, I actually like the understanding of Eson here on that Fatal Links. He's not using it on a team fight as early on.
Yeah.
They're not trying to get the early team fight. What they're doing is they're really just trying to get it as a pick-off mechanic.
I like it also. Because again, the cooldown, you can actually see him with the support emblem too, Butters.
It doesn't really have to be one way or the other.
Yeah.
It could be pick-offs now, team fight later.
Yeah.
And I like it because you're not wasting any time using it. If you're gonna let it just rot while it's on cooldown, then you are actually beating the purpose of your hero.
Yep, that is the right idea from Eson. And I think there's a main reason why he is one of the veteran players. Experience, ladies and gentlemen, from this guy. Eson eSports with 6 assists. Full Clip having full 6 kills in 5 kills in total and 1 assist too. Maximum KDA. And now Blacklist International going for the mid side. Lar pops that ultimate. Where is the damage from Onic PH? Nothing, as Aqua will go for the semi-dragon form. Dragon Tail plus give me all the souls. Aqua surviving that tower hit. 22 seconds on the death timer from Dilar. Free kill from the side of Blacklist International.
Aqua slowly but surely learning the ways of the Yu Zhong. That was possible. That play was possible coming out from him just because he knew the limits of the hero. Look at this. If he did not know this certain area that he could actually regen, then that could have been his death. He was left with a sliver of HP, but that was good knowledge of limits by Aqua.
Yep. Know your limitations. Aqua showing us the way of the dragon.
The way of the
Right?
dragon. It should be on the other side though.
Yeah.
Yaknu is there. The show is there.
Yeah.
And
Aqua
look at this.
says, I'm the
Look
real
at
dragon.
this.
Man, the pull, the uppercut, the strokes from Eson eSports. Setting up for another pick. And this time they got the queen. And with this, Blacklist International, man, game number 1 is looking like easy peasy from the Blacklist squad.
Blacklist International, they're doing a great job, not taking anything away from Onic PH here. They're actually holding on to their base really good as well.
Yeah.
They're not giving out that much objectives easily. Well, Blacklist International is taking them, but still Onic PH doesn't let them get out unscathed. And that is one of the things that you really have to look out for.
Yeah, but man, look at this. Another beautiful Fatal Links from Essen. But Wise counterplays with Shadow Kill. But then again, Blacklist International grouping up together to neglect Wise from that Shadow Kill damage. 9-2 is the score. And look at Full Clip. Full Clip can now actually outplay the Cho.
That is true. You know what, Manjin? I would like to point out as well, Blacklist International Eson, once someone steps out of their boundaries and overextends,
easy catch.
That is going to be an easy catch.
Yeah. Onic PH. We rarely see them in this state. But man, Blacklist International, they won every early game that there is. And this time, look at the setup that they're doing in the Lord. And look at this. It's you rarely see a Yishun Chin solo a Lord, man.
Rarely.
Yeah, rarely. Because it can't, especially if it's a tie game. But with the items that he has. And look at the boots. The boots of Full Clip. Nice adjustment.
Well, they have a lot of magic damage.
Yes.
Iyaknu won't really be a factor as long as they have the Mountain Shocker on his side.
Yep.
As long as he can pinpoint where Iyaknu is gonna come from, he can just get away from that. And as mobile as Iyaknu is, once the flicker is out, it can really surprise you.
Wow.
You know what?
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
All right.
That spider sense from Full Clip.
You know, it is using the Mountain Shocker to just find them, and this is the perfect use for it. Blacklist International, Blacklist in their area.
Blacklist is it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Onic PH on the verge of defeat. Blacklist International, they want to taste victory for game number 1. Raging Sandstorm coming in. Ultimate from the Hayabusa J. Now falling low. Dragon Tail. There you go. Killing spree. And the Star Power lockdown is not going to be enough. No damage.
Oh!
3-man Fatal Legs to the face. Blacklist is in your area, Onic PH. They will take the game 1-0 for game number 1.
2 words. Eson eSports. And that, my friends, is how you use the Atlas.
You don't reserve it for the 5-man Fatal Links. What you do is you pick and pick and pick off heroes. Just go in for the unlimited kills. And with that, Blacklist International are up 1-0. But Butters, Onic PH, they're used to this. Especially in the regular season right now. They always lose game number 1.
The thing is, the first game curse, is it really real?
Yeah.
Or is Blacklist International just better? Who knows?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It seems like Blacklist International really did their homework. They studied Onic PH, every trick in the book that Onic PH does, and they have a counter to it.
Well, yeah, but then again, I just feel that Onic PH, it's not really a game 1 curse for their side. I have this thing about these teams who have the first game curse there's this idea of adjusting. And probably at this meta, Onic PH is better at adjusting rather than being dominant all throughout.
Yeah.
So who knows? Let's see if it's true. Let's see if the game 1 curse is actually true for the side of Onic PH.
They need to be open, I think, for them to adjust, because I kind of see them still on that last season playstyle on the 3-band setup. But those are our opinions. Let's see what are the opinions of our resident analyst, Rockhart.
First pick Cyclops, it did not agree very well with Onic. Although, yeah, Onic, sorry. Yung drawing pa pala ako dito. Ito yung Onic. Sorry, ito yung Blacklist kasi listahan sila na black. Anyway, ayan. So we have full clip, definitely 8-0-4 on this. Absolutely critical. I think he was just all over the map in that one. And ito, yung magandang pick here for Yuzhong. This is a great way, even though, ano yan, silver yan, never forget the effect of that Yuzhong has in the battlefield. I think sobrang halata nun, especially on the last slash. Nung nakita nyo, nung huling bakbakan talaga, sobrang tindi. Na-starve out sila ang Onic because of the bans, of course. They were forced basically to go on to the Hayabusa, which did not work well for them. And even D-Lar was not able to complete the Winter Truncheon on the Alice, which was very critical for them to have that longevity para tumagal yung lineup nila laban sa Onic PH. And I think that's exactly the problem that Onic had, was pangmatagalan dapat yung picks nila, pero it did not happen. May panghuli, pero yung mahuhulihin nyo, like the Khalid and the Yuzhong, was very difficult to take down. I think si Dexter yung naging pinaka-vulnerable sa laban na yun, pero nakasurvive siya with a 1-0-7, and siya pa yung feeling kong hirap na hirap i-take down dahil din sa Winter Truncheon. Let's go into the post-game data, where we will see the analysis, the amount of damage output that was provided by Full Clip on the Yi Sanshin. Absolutely critical in winning that game. And Edward, the anchor on the Khalid, which absorbed almost everything. Inabsorb niya lahat ng sakit ng mundo. And of course, Ako on the Yuzhong, who did the same exactly in this one. So props to them, which led to the stat of 4, 7, 1, 3, and 9. 9 towers destroyed, very critical as well. And of course, Turtle and Lord slain. Yung buffs, I think Onic had a good anong tawag dun? Control of their own buff. Sa totoo lang, they had good control of their own buff. The problem is, of course, it didn't matter that much because Full Clip was already busog na busog. Wow, was already busog na busog. And alam na nila Dexter na they were going to win. I think a lot of the micro moments there was around Dexter in the early game, where sabi nga nila, nilalaro niya yung battlefield laban kay Iaknu on the show, which was very critical. I mean, siya yung pinaka-vulnerable dun eh. Si Dexter tsaka si Full Clip. Siya yung pinakamalambot sa lineup na yun, pero sila yung hindi maabot ng kalaban. And heading into the smart official replays, highlights of this game, you will definitely note the early game power of Blacklist in this matchup. And Iaknu, nice try, micro around the movements here. And Oh My Venus definitely had a hard time staying alive in this matchup. And Aqua, ito yung mga perfect timing ng Dragon eh. Dragon, na galit. Sayang wala si Butters ngayon, hindi niya madodrawing yan. Pero kita mo yan, controlled aggression, I would say. Because he knew that the essence was going back. Ito yun eh. Ito yun guys. So, ito, slow motion natin to. Reduce speed and play. There you go. Look at that. Everyone was going just going here inside the circle of the Yuzhong with the help of Eson, with the help of Edward. They were staying inside. Kumbaga, si Eson yung taga-higop, si Edward yung taga-lockdown. Diba? With the help of the, what do you call that? The Raging Sandstorm. So very impressive here, of course, and we will see that they will win this in a very solid manner with a 12-2. And Onic PH, definitely, that first game curse is starting to really hurt. It really, really does hurt. MVP of this game, once more, Full Clip 8-0-4 on that Yi Sanshin. And no doubt about it, it will be a trend. And I think this time, magiging bannable material na to laban sa Blacklist, starting off with, of course, banning the Yuzong. I think Onic had a hard time dealing with the Yuzong, pero if they picked it up, it might have been a different story. Of course, it's not first pick priority, pero malalaman natin yan mamaya if it's going to be a different decision kasi talagang mahirap talaga kontrolin ang itim ng Dragon. Check out the giveaway codes. It's gonna be very important in your Land of Dawn adventures as well. Sana machambahan nyo. We'll have one and another one coming into the bonus giveaway code. I'm looking forward to some drastic changes on the draft here, especially sayang yung mga Farsa pick. Of course, these get banned out. Pero I feel like ang daming hero dapat ni Venus na magagamit niya dito. Yun yung mga inaabangan nating lahat. Obviously, visit that link on the Mythical Raffle Draw. Check it out. Register lang real quick while we are getting ready for the next battle. Kasi syempre, hindi pa nag-ready pa yung mga players natin. Nag-reset pa, umiinom pa ng tubig, and making sure that everyone is ready and mentally prepared to face the next challenges. So, I wonder, what do the casters think? Will this be a 2-0 na naman, or will we see a Game 3? Or reverse sweep na naman ba ng Onic PH? Kaya ang kailangan nating abangan as we head back to our casters.
Is this another download game though for Onic PH? But Butters, we talked about it before we pass it to Rockhart. This time, I think not. I think this time, Blacklist International just pulled all the guns. And then, boom,
you know what?
Murdered game number 1.
You know what? I want to believe that as well. But, you know, statistically speaking, game number 2, it has become a bit of a good deal for the side of Onic PH. They've adjusted well. Blacklist International, they should have one more plan to take down Onic PH.
Yeah.
If they really just want to take down Onic PH right now, it should be another plan. Because Onic, they really just stick to their guns. They adapt so well that in time, when it's go time for game number 2, another Onic PH just comes out. And a stronger Onic PH just bites you.
Always. There's the thing that we call the Onic magic. Right? Every time, there's a reason why they're second runner-up for 2 times. There's a reason why they're always in the championship finals because of the miracles that they do. But man, I kind of have a feeling that Blacklist International really prepared. They really prepared for this. It's only one time that they will face. And Blacklist International is a squad who is always under the radar on what they do. And they love to create secret techniques. And with this, I don't know, man. I'm gonna depend on the draft. But if Blacklist International, I think if Blacklist International wins the draft, they win the game. Yeah.
Okay.
There's no magic.
So, yeah. To be honest, this season is actually Blacklist's way of giving back to the teams that actually beat them way back season 5.
Yes.
It was a necessary change that they thought they needed. But for season 6 right now, every team that beat them, they are returning the favor and they want to really get the 2-0. And this is Blacklist International. They're in the zone.
And this is a scary lineup for Blacklist International. Dexter leading them. And I think with the chemistry that they have right now, they're moving as one. The veterans, Dexter and Eson, are just too good of leaders for this new bloods.
Blacklist International, they might have one of the new players here on the MPL. But you know what? If they actually win against Onic PH right now, 2-0, this could really cement that they were the ones who made the best off-season decision by acquiring Eson and Full Clip.
Yeah. Totally agree. By the way, Butters, if Onic PH has the Game 1 curse, this is actually the same story of Blacklist International last season. After the mid regular season, they lost all of their games. Is this the same story? They dominated the first half, and then they lost the first half.
I mean, we did have a stop to everything because of a situation
Of the pandemic.
We did really take a break. So, I think because of that break, whatever it is that it has to be discovered for that certain meta way back season 5, it was abused by some of the teams. It was found out that this is really strong, and some of the teams actually just became good at it.
Yeah, I agree with you because at the start of last season, we have the 1-2-2s, we have the marksman and the mages, and then eventually transition to the funnel, to the one hyper carry. But this time we have no breaks.
This time,
this is gonna continue.
Yes, this time the meta just unfolds by itself.
Yes,
and that's what's important, because when you take a break, it's in reality it's like you going to another meta into another tournament.
Yeah. So now, looking at the picks and bans here, Onic PH picking a Cho again. But this time, look at the lineup of Blacklist International. This is scary. Thams, Farsa, and you have full clip on that Lancelot, and he loves that hero. Plus, they have the best support right now.
What does Onic PH need? Onic PH needs a hero or heroes that can, support this YSS. YSS right now, he is in a spot where he could actually get, bullied in terms of the buff. We've seen Blacklist International do that to Hate.
Yeah.
And you know what? It can happen. Onic PH. It can happen twice. What Blacklist International did, they know their timings. Edward will probably be there in that certain area as well. He's gonna go to the bot lane, I think. When they actually have adjustments whenever they want to go for that invade, they put Edward in the bottom lane so that Edward can actually be part of the party.
Wow. That's actually an interesting strategy for the side of Blacklist. Adjusting immediately, right? Adjusting immediately. Okay. So, Onic PH. 2 heroes remaining. What is it gonna be? They need supports. They're now respecting Dexstar. The Valir is open still. Oh, no, it's not.
No one's picking the Khalid for some reason.
Yeah.
No one's picking the Khalid.
I think it's gonna go to Onic.
I feel that there is a more space for it on Onic PH. I do agree, just because the Balmond is already there.
Yeah.
But the thing is, for Onic PH, they actually have more priority over the Balmond than the Khalid.
Rather than the Khalid, yeah.
Because usually, what you see in patterns is Khalid goes first before the Balmond. Because
the
right
Balmond,
now, the Balmond is there before the Khalid.
Because the Balmond is the main counter because of the lethal counter. No pun intended.
Yeah, lethal counter.
Yeah, that's the ultimate. The execute damage. AoE execute. So, Onic now realizing that Ezon was the main problem last time. So, they banned a utility support and a tank support. A mobility support, I mean. So, Blacklist International, what are the supports here? Is it interesting because the Farsa is now present on Blacklist, but Onyx still banned out a Farsa? A support, Rafaela?
I mean, it could be
A
an
side lane.
Aqua side lane.
Yeah,
Farsa.
side lane Farsa,
We
yeah.
did see it earlier.
Yeah.
And you know what? Just seeing it right now, there could be a Khalid for here. On Onic PH side here. They actually get it. They
This is
secure
good.
it on their side.
This is good.
And this is...
They picked the Balmond first because they know that they're gonna be the first pick after the second phase of picks and bans.
But at that point, you won't really put a lot of emphasis into it just because you have the Farsa, you have Eson, getting that Thams for his team.
Oh.
And I like the Akai here. I would just like to point out that Akai is actually a good pick here for the side of Blacklist International.
Why is that?
Why? You are forcing Wise to go for a Flicker. You are probably forcing Wise to go for a Purify.
Yeah.
Then that means there is no space for a Retribution.
Yep.
When you have no space for a Retribution, that's when the Lancelot actually thrives.
Yeah.
Because the Thorn Rose and the Retribution, it's a tough wall to get through. It's a tough wall to break through. So now Onic PH is between two big walls. Which side do you go to? It's a crossroad. It's a crossroad.
This is an interesting lineup too for Blacklist. Who's going to be the side lane? Is it a Lolita side lane? Is it an Akai side lane, bro? Okay, so Eson, okay, that's a Farsa side lane. Two tank supports are roaming around.
You know what? The thing is, Lolita isn't actually a tank. Lolita is
somehow
actually
it's a
Lolita is actually a
damage.
support.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, the passive Lolita, she can just pass out the armor to his allies.
Yes.
So that means this is a mini turtle buff if you think about it.
Yeah, and it gives tankiness to your carry and to your support tank too.
And the only reason why people think that Lolita is a straight up, tank, is because of that bulwark shield.
Yeah.
The shield. That if ever she uses it rather, you just negate a lot of damage. You don't really tank it, you just negate a lot of damage.
You know what, Butters? You just told me the main reason why they also picked Lolita. Besides the fact that it gives out shield, it counters the Sicilian.
Yeah, it does. It does.
The Bat's Feast will will just disappear because of the Bulwark shield.
Yeah. So it only takes one skill here for the side of Blacklist International to counter Oh My Venus, Sicilian. But then again, after that skill, Dexter has a Numinous Blast to throw out.
Yeah.
So it's a dual purpose. It counters the Sicilian, and it puts the other people in check just because of that
Lolita. So
the Numinous Blast.
This is new for me, a Lolita and an Akai. Are we back at season 1?
I think it's not really the case, but who knows? Maybe we are going full circle. You know what? This is what I like about Blacklist International. They're very creative, but then again, Onic PH,
you're up against.
They're really good in game number 2.
Yeah.
You know how talented these players are, Manji.
Yep.
Wise has been one of the most consistent players for the longest time.
Yeah.
And he's doing a lot of work just to, equalize everything for his team.
I agree.
So, it might be a good draft for Blacklist International, but they cannot go complacent. If they go complacent and they give Onic PH the space that they need, they are really good at making that hole bigger.
Man, they have a plan. Blacklist International, it seems like they have a legit with receipt plan. Because there's so many AoE damages coming in for this team.
I remember. Okay. If Aqua goes Farsa, he goes support. And it's Dexstar. It's literally just Dexstar on the top lane. But he has the mask.
Okay.
So it means the core is still on Aqua.
Yep, and full clip, getting the last hit. Iakno wasting his time there. Dexstar coming in with the counter stun. Iakno just dashing away, and Jay will also exit the fray as man, wow. Blacklist International, they said to Onic, hey, if you have an activatable 6-man, we can do the role adjustments.
We can do the role adjustments. And this is what we know about Blacklist International. Remember their former team? This is the same formula that they use. Bonchan and Dexstar Killer, they're not really shy. They don't shy away from chances where they can become creative.
Oh my. What an interesting lineup. Once again from Blacklist. But then again, this is Onic PH. We're talking about Wise now having that early Mountain Shocker. And Butters, you said this earlier, Wise now getting the Purify.
So, when you pick a YSS, you usually go for the Retribution.
Yeah.
Just because that dash is the only dash you need.
Yep.
But with all the stunts that Blacklist International has, Wise is forced to get that Purify.
Yeah, so
and I think it's all about, because about Essen as well.
So they can't really go for the jungle invade as Full Clip once again will get the coin. Man, this guy is just so good. Look at that. Nice counter go coming in for Blacklist International. Full Clip dashing away. Sanguine Claws won't connect. Full Clip even trying to dodge it out. That's how fast this guy is.
And an interesting fact here, Manjin, is whenever they fight, Blacklist International should go first.
Yeah.
Mountain Shocker and that Oh My Venus kit will destroy them if they delay.
Yeah, they need to be aggressive right now.
They need to be aggressive. Aqua here needs to find a way to not get spotted out and stay safe near the areas that Onic PH doesn't see. Faded Airstrike will give out his what do you call this,
positioning,
his location.
Yes.
But still, if it's in too deep, they cannot reach it. They're just gonna go back.
Yeah, it's all about the reach, people. All about the reach for all Blacklist International. Mountain Shocker again. Wise popping it so that they could see where is Blacklist International at. Iakno targeting the Parsa, canceling the very strike, but there you go, another retribution for Full Clip. Raging Sandstorm coming in. First blood will go to the Khalid. And Onic PH now. It's time for you to disengage.
Okay, they got the turtle. They're happy with that. They did not force to avenge Dexter there on the hands of Onic PH. They just gave that first blood. They went away. Onic PH, good reaction, but still, it's really hard for you to contest the turtle without the retribution. You are not really fit to go for that counter take on the turtle.
Yep, so they just equalized the turtle. I mean the gold with it. But man, that was almost a steal from the Mountain Shocker. So yeah, Full Clip just doing wonders for his team, no? Because, man, this kid, you rarely see a Lancelot spamming the first skill.
You know what?
Without units.
You know
without
what?
Units.
I do agree. And they catch out Dexter here. Dexter forced to use the flicker, and here comes Full Clip.
There you go.
Here comes the cavalry.
Oh! He dodged out the Sanguine Claws. And right now, where's the damage from Onic? Numinum Blast.
Oh, Full
I
Clip.
actually
Full Clip once
missed
more.
that skill, but Full Clip coming in for the flank. No casualties whatsoever. Both of the teams respecting each other. But is this a free tower though? Jay doesn't want to give this out.
But he's forced to give this out. He doesn't have the capability to defend that alone. One stun will be enough to take him down.
Yep.
Because that's the thing about Cho. Cho isn't the tankiest of these tanks that they set up right now. He's mobile, he can get away, he can kick people in or out. But the thing is, for tanking, he's not really the best person for that.
Yeah, you really want him to initiate. So right now, there's one-on-one coming in. Lar and Edward. Wise trying to get a little bit of poke there with the Bloods. And this time, Blacklist International are the ones first here in the Turtle Pit. Sanguine Claws once again from Oh My Venus. That is the Bat Feast for you. And Jay now in position, stalking Aqua. The only one who died was Lar in the bottom side, and Blacklist International are now in total control.
And look at the item here from Edward. He did not go for the early Deadly Blade.
Oh, yeah.
He just went straight for that. I think it's going to be the Queen's Wings on his side. It could be a possibility. He got that Molten Heart.
Yeah.
As a extra mechanic to wave clear fast.
For extra burn too.
For extra burn.
Yeah. The burning sensation.
The burning sensation.
from Tams. Man, and he's burning through the HP of Blar. Blar forces to use the flicker. Full Clip and company are here. Oh my Venus, can he do anything? Sanguine Claws in, but it's too late to save the tower. Jay, still hoping. Give me that Way of the Dragon.
You know what? For Eson and the others, Manjin, the thing is, Akai isn't really one of the best tanks right now, to be honest. But the thing is, there's a lot of emphasis on zoning right now.
Oh, yeah.
So
they're not forcing fights actually.
They're not forcing fights. They're not using it to go for the fights. They're using it to zone out people. They're using it to put a line. And they want Venus, and they're gonna go for Venus, and that's what they're doing.
That was the fight that they were looking for. Eson now spinning. He will pay for his life. A support for a support. But Jay will try to do something. He will go for the Shunpo N. And, yep, nothing's gonna happen. But man, I think Blacklist International, they won that exchange.
Yaknu there, he is just trying to, lessen the push that Edward does. They go straight for the turtle, but right now, let's try to see that Gillette instant replay, hashtag shave the day. Look at that positioning. Look at that aggression when Venus comes out. When Venus comes out, everyone just throws their body in front of her, in front of the Sicilian.
That's why Sicilian is an easy catch, right? No mobility, just damage. And when you get him, when you get in front of him, boom, easy kill. And now Wise, Phantom Execution coming in. Nice, Sanguine Claws, but there you go. Look at that, instant, full max bars from the Lolita after the Sicilian ultimate.
They were really expecting the Sicilian to come out. They just go for it. Edward here just being the bully that he wants to be. He goes straight for Wise. Wise will go down. Edward will go down as well, 100%.
He is the Bull E.
He is the Bull E.
Because Edward
is the Bull E.
He is
Bull Edward.
The Bull Edward. Iyaknu now falling low. Yuminum Blast. Iyaknu dying from it. As Full Clip will back away. Another great Bulwark Shield from Dexstar. Raise your shield, brothers, because Blacklist International is taking this to a 3K lead.
Queen Swings for Dilar. That is a good item choice for him. But what can he do? What can they do? Full Clip is level 14.
Wow.
Wise is at level 12. In terms of gold, I just feel that there is a 3 to 4K gold gap between these two hyper carries. So you really just have to look at the main ideas here for this team, Blacklist International. How can they finish this game? The Lord is gonna be up. Onic PH, that is going to be, their eyes are going to be set on that area.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, they cannot take it on by themselves. They can only go for the contest just because they don't have the retribution.
Yeah. And man, you talk about how to finish the game if you're Blacklist. They actually can because they now lead in a huge amount. And I think they now have 3 to 4 core items under 10 minutes. This is fast. Full Clip not even dying, man. So with this, Blacklist, they're unfazed right now in putting on a show and forcing another team fight. Because right now, Edward starting the Lord, Mountain Shocker for the Vision. What is the mission for Onic PH? Jay lurking, stalking his prey, but nothing. Free Lord for the taking. Blacklist International, they're just gonna wait for it, and they could probably go for the easy GG push.
It's gonna go to the top lane. At least it's not going to the middle. Onic PH did a great job controlling that middle lane. They're gonna have a big problem if it went mid lane. But there is still a tier 2 turret there. How will Onic PH react? Are there people that are going to stay? in the middle lane, or is everyone gonna go there? Because right now, Blacklist International, they don't care about that Lord. They're just gonna go for the turret, tier 2 turret in the middle lane.
Plus, they have all the spam in the world. There you go. Instant lockdown from the Akai. And Blacklist International going to the top lane. They want this tower. Numinum Blast hitting nothing but germs. But it's alright. It's okay because the tower is the main target. But it will stay alive. And Full Clip will go for the orange. Onic PH still manages to defend their tower in the top.
And they are in the area of that Aqua feathered airstrike. It wouldn't really matter as Blacklist International, as the lead is on their side, they are not gonna force things.
No more.
They're not gonna rush things.
Yeah, no rushing. Don't go too fast, says Blacklist International.
Wise men say only pools rush in.
Yeah. I get it. I get that. I get that. Just don't rush in, right?
No, don't rush in.
Don't go too fast, because nothing really lasts.
Nothing really lasts.
There you go. There you go. Do you believe in forever, Butters?
I believe in forever.
I don't believe in forever.
What do you believe in?
I believe in lifetime.
Yeah, there you go.
Kidding aside, guys. We're just waiting for Blacklist International to make a play because this is the part of the game where they wait for the Lord, right? 2 minutes in, under 2 minutes, they will try to just clear the waves and discipline themselves, and then they will try to burst the Lord. But now, they're baiting Onic PH from actually getting out.
And at least something is going on for the side of Onic PH. It's not like they're gonna lose straight up to the side of Blacklist International. They still have the Mountain Shocker to look forward to. 7k, 8k is the net worth here of Wise. Wise still has enough damage to take down people as long as he doesn't get hit by Full Clip.
Yeah.
I just feel that Oh My Venus here is really shut down by that Lolita pick alone.
Yeah.
That bulwark, that shield.
Easy.
It's the easiest way to, negate all damage coming out from a Sicilian.
All of those bullets, all of those blood bullets from the Sicilian. Speaking of the Sicilian, he was the one to get picked off by Blacklist International in the top 14 minutes. Man, Blacklist just slaughtering Onic PH right now. Dexter again with a beautiful initiation of the stun. Aqua with the zoning feather air strike. Mountain Shocker, but no damage whatsoever. There you go. Clark comes in with the safeguard. But still, Blacklist. Their HPs are still full, ladies and gentlemen. And Full Clip single-handedly pushing this tower with a little bit of help from Edward. There you go. Onic PH can't do anything. What?
And right now, Jay going in, but Blacklist International has him covered.
Man, Jay going in for the flicker. Aqua chasing, wings by wings, Curse of the Crow, let's go. And there you go, have it. 2 pickups, and then a Lord.
Man, oh man, Onic PH cannot contest this. As we've said, they do not have that retribution. They do not have the flickers in sight. Iyakno here can't do a Tsujin Baldibolan technique.
Yep.
He cannot do that because if he gets caught out, he's done for.
Yeah, and everyone, even Lar, can survive. Man, Blacklist International. This is what you get, boys and girls, if you do your homework. You will be at the top of your class. So for all of the people who is now on their online classes,
do your homework.
Do your homework like Blacklist International is doing now.
Responsible gaming.
Responsible gaming. There you go. How can Onic PH spam this though? They only have the Sicilian. And it needs mana. It needs stacks. That is the tower going down to the top. Oh my glob. Blacklist International. Say your prayers, Onic. Because Blacklist International came to play. They will actually defend this with the Mountain Shocker. Aqua comes in with with a better airstrike, but I think this is the last draw.
This is the last draw indeed. Look at that. They actually go in. And this is a day of 2 zeros, Manjin.
There you go! Blacklist International owning Onic PH 2-0.
Blacklist in your area, ladies and gentlemen. And they defeat one of the best teams that we have in MPL-PH. Blacklist International. Is the time now.
Man, this team is scary. This team, man, they labeled themselves the underdog of the tournament. And it seems like they're fine with it.
Oh, no.
They don't want the lights. They don't want the views. What they want are the Vs. Those are the victories.
I'm actually surprised that they did that in 2-0 fashion. I mean, I would have believed that they could win, but not in a 2-0 fashion. I was expecting a 2-1.
Me too.
I was
I
expecting
actually
a 2-1.
predicted 2-1 for Onic, but man, Blacklist.
What a way to prove us wrong.
Halfway there, Blacklist International, guys.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's no surprise. These guys went in with 2-0. They got one game out of the defending champions, and this time they swept Onic PH, and this is the last time that they will fight.
Think about it. I thought Season 5 was interesting. Season 6, however, is a different story.
It is. Every time. Every time, bro. Man, what a day.
What a day.
What a week.
2 zeros.
For week number 4, we're going home early. I hope you guys are safe in your houses, because for us, we're still we're
still
just about to
outside.
go home.
We're still outside.
We're still outside. We're about to go home. But thank you so much for the people who enjoyed and stayed in the stream since Friday. Wow, time flies so fast. It's Sunday, right?
Yeah,
it's Sunday, right?
Yeah, clearly we're gonna get into Monday tomorrow.
Oh my glob.
And time flies. It's going to be another MPL a week by the time we hit Friday.
We're almost at the 100th game in the MPL for the regular season, and teams are surprising us with their strategies and on how the way they play. Thank you so much again.
You know what?
Final thoughts, man.
2-0 is starting to normalize. The 2-0 trend is starting to normalize.
It's the new normal.
It's the new normal.
It's the new normal.
A lot of teams really just went to 2-1. But Rockhart,
Take
it's
it away.
your ball.
Maraming salamat ka sa isang napakabuhay, napakalupit na shoutcast mula sa ating mga malulupit na Lods. Ako pa si Rockhart. Let's break it down here in a 2-0 victory para sa Blacklist International. Napakalupit laban sa Onic PH. Let's go into the post-game stats and the itemization build for this game. Grabe, nakagulat sa totoo lang itong pick na to ni Dexstar. Nagulat ako with the Lolita pick, and I think niready nila yon in case mag-pick ng Chang'e or any big long-range mages ito. And I think this is what happened. This is the problem with Oh My Venus. Nahirapan din siya being targeted over and over again in that matchup. I think really hampered the playstyle of Onic PH in that game. Beautiful performances as well for Edward, and of course, full clip. Napakadulas. And he was not the one who got all the kills. He was the one who was trying to bait the enemies. Sabi niya sa kalaban niya, oh guys, ako yung carry, look at me. Tapos paikot-ikot lang, pa-puncture lang. Pero kung mapapansin niyo sa kill score, yan talaga, si Edward talaga ang dumadali sa karamihan ng mga target nila. And of course, never forget na talagang malupit din ang objective taking capabilities ng Blacklist dito sa game na ito, and these stats do not lie. Absolute damage output from Edward, 65k against full clip with 50k. Ganong kalupit ang mga bagsakan ni Edward sa Tams. And this is the reason why yung mga caster natin, first rotation pa lang sinisigaw na nila, Tamos agad! Tamos agad! This is the effect that Tamos has on the matchups that we saw. And Aqua on that Farsa also provided a lot of backup firepower, which actually rivaled the amount of damage na binigay din ni Full Clip. So, again, the kuyas, the big kuyas of Blacklist dito, Dexter and Eson, yung stats niyan, wala yan. Ang ginawa lang nila is to guide the teammates, guide the younger players into victory, and it worked out very well in their favor. Let's go into the replays here for your smart highlights of the game. And makita mo actually ang daming moments dito where Full Clip looked like he was going to be the target. Pero ang lumilinis talaga dito is mostly the team. And yung one-man Numenon blast netong si Dexter, galit na galit kay Venus. Talagang alam nila that when they take out Venus, a lot of the damage output will be disappearing from Onic PH. And it really did happen naman. Si Edward, galit. It's like a really scary. Akala mo babak, tapos biglang papasok pa forward, flicker forward. Yung classic performance naman yun, di ba? It's very impressive and the sacrifice is very much noticeable dahil si Wise pa ang tinanggal niya doon. And nung mga dulo, it was just the zone game para kay Dexter at kay Eson on the Akai and the Lolita, two of the most old school tanks in Mobile Legends na nagpakita na naman dito sa laban na ito. And sobrang daming rhymes, sobrang daming games na pinakita. In the end, Edward will be the MVP of this game with 5-1-3 on that famous, very well-deserved indeed, I would say. And again, performance does, yung emotion niya, sabi nga nila ng casters, yung emotion niya sa game na yun, ramdam na ramdam mo talaga. I have to agree with that completely. And I would say that it was a bait. Literally si Full Clip naging bait doon to let his teammates shine in that matchup, and it worked very well para sa Blacklist International with 2-0 against Onic PH, a very difficult adversary because that could have gone either way. Let's go into the interview here for Blacklist International at sino pa nga ba kundi ang napakadulas na Lancelot nilang si Full Clip. At yung dalawang kuya hanggang interview ba naman nakabantay pa rin. Grabe naman. Okay, what's up Full Clip and Eson and Dexter right there on the backside. Bouncer mode. Ba't may bouncer ka Full Clip? Anong nangyari?
Ang hina mo ng hindi ko maintindihan.
Di mo makarinig? Hello, hello? Full volume ko daw. Okay, there you go. Okay na? Okay, so bakit ka may bouncer sa likod? Kamusta ang pakiramdam? Winning a 2-0 against Onic PH.
Wait po, hindi ko maintindihan kasi. Paano ba dito yung volume up?
Volume up. Ayan, okay na ba? Ayan, hello.
Hello.
Yon, okay na?
Opo,
okay, kumusta naman Full Clip of Blacklist International 2-0 against Onic PH? Una sa lahat, kamusta ang feeling na manalo at bakit ka may bouncer sa likod mo?
Masaya pong manalo sa two-time first runner-up ng MPL. Alam po, yung dalawa, trip lang nila. Gusto na maging bodyguard ko.
Akala ko, sabi, baka mag-ingat ka daw sa sasabihin mo no? Nakakatakot oh. And of course, Edward right there, MVP. So, how was it? What was the plan there? Talaga bang nagmukha ka kasing parang pain dun sa laban nyo? Kasi si Edward talaga yung full finish. Nagagalit ka ba sa kanya pag kinukuhaan kanya ng kill?
Paulit po.
In the end, I think si Edward yung nag 5-1 dun sa tamos niya, tapos ikaw 2-0. Nagmukha kang pain sa laban na yon. Anong feeling naman nakawan ng kills ni Edward?
Po, ganun po talaga si Edward po. Pag nag-opening siya, ang lakas niya mag-ipon. Nagkakasabayan kami lagi ng God. Ganun.
Yep. I think that's maganda namang strategy, gumana naman, no? So, ano pa ang maaasahan namin sa Blacklist International in the coming weeks? Ang ganda ng weekend nyo ngayon. Grabe yung panalo nyo. What are the preparations na ginawa nyo for the next week?
Si Coach Bon po, tawag dun?
Anong tawag doon?
Ingat ka sasabihin mo.
Siya po yung siya talaga yung nag-iisip sa lahat, sa mga draft, sa mga ikot. Kung saan kami dadalaw, ganun. Sinusunod lang po namin yung plano ni Coach, tsaka yung sa mga team ko.
Nice.
Chat call nila Kuya Eson, tsaka ni Kuya Dex. Yun po.
Nice. Dalawang kuya nga talaga ang nag-guide sa mga miyembro ng Blacklist. Any last shoutouts para sa fans ng Blacklist all around the world? And personal shoutouts mo na din.
And shoutout po sa lahat ng fans ng Blacklist. Salamat po sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Tsaka po shoutout po sa Rayos del Sol family. Sa mga taga-Bataan, sa Limay Bataan. Yun po. Tsaka po kay Boss Pao ng Tiruan, kay Ma'am Rosel, kay Ma'am Pao. Pauline pala.
Iyon. Okay, thank you very much, guys. That has been full clip of Blacklist International. Have fun. Enjoy the victory, tol. And there you have it. That was Blacklist International. May bodyguard pa habang nag-i-interview. Saan ka pa? High budget talaga. Check out the giveaway codes there on your screens bago tayo matapos. At huwag nyo kalimutan, type nyo na mabilis. Unahan nyo na yung iba dahil kayo ay nanood hanggang dulo nitong pag-aaral natin sa Blacklist versus Onic PH. Another one. And Khalid, sakto Khalid pa yung Khalid pa yung, yung pickings kanina. So, go ahead and pick up those codes and huwag niyong kakalimutan ng ating mythical raffle draw. Mag-join pa rin kayo dyan to get a chance to win the awesome skin set. Hindi lang isang skin 5 skin. Ang pwede niyo mapaladunan, i-announce yan next Friday. So register lang ng register for a chance to win. Get your friends and unahan nyo na sila. Join 5 of those and you will get a chance to join our super duper ultra mythical raffle draw sa dulo ng season for more bigger prizes. And I guess that's gonna be it. Again, before we go, big shout out to our sponsors who made this tournament possible. First, our official telco partner, Smart. Witness your favorite teams battle it out and apply the gameplays with your squad as Smart powers up your gameplay with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new Smart app and choose free games. And our official sponsor, Realme. For all your smartphone gaming needs, Realme has got you covered with the Realme 6 series, an ultra smooth display, fast charging, and powerful processors. Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchases of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue Free Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 5% balikbayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until September 15. Our partner in eSports, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok for the live stream of Mobile Legends, as well as get a chance to win some legendary prizes from TikTok and Mobile Legends. And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. All of this is powered by Moonton. It has been a very hot week, mga kaibigan. Mainit na mainit. Ang madaming malulupit na labanan ang naganap. So hopefully ready pa kayo para susunod na linggo. Again, for Mobile Legends, tapos na ang midterm. We can rest a little bit, pero non-stop pa rin ang aral natin dito sa MPL Season 6. Ako si Rockhart, ang naging analyst ninyo. Salamat sa pakinig. And here are our Realme top 5 plays of the game. See you next week.
great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple eh? Smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.
Kaya, don't pay cash.
Pay Maya.
Para may balik-bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.